the UI, okay, and I was trying to find the keys to connect, and it was taking some time. So this happened. And now, guys, allow me just a couple of more minutes. Because of this, I was struggling, so I didn't set up my screen, other screens, and let's other people join as well. So I see very less people now. So now my screen is here. Sam, did you send the meeting link to the other group?
Yes, I'm saying.
Yeah, perfect. Akash send already. Perfect, super. Now, I think I'm done. Let me close this, and open my PPT.
So just wait 2 minutes, 2 more minutes.
Yeah,
Or
yeah,
let them.
yeah, true. Let's wait. Other people are joining. And now I will go to my PPTs and Ansible and the week 8 of it. Now let me close this, and this comes here. Okay, I need a couple of more things. Terminal. Okay, all those I will open when do we need it. No issues. Safari. Okay. Panditji, are we ready? I think, did we send a message on the Discord channel as well? You are
Yes, we have
muted.
sent.
Okay,
Yes, we have
perfect.
sent.
Super. Shall we start?
Yes, we can start. Actually, people are still joining.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay, let's wait a couple of more minutes.
mm,
So,
actually, last moment it was changed to.
true.
That's why. Actually, they have changed the UI. And I was Okay.
not able to find the key, and I was struggling. And here is my Zoom. Let me share my screen. Hey guys, good morning. If I'm loud and clear, you see my screen, type essay in the chat box. Perfect. I need.
It is showing the.
Okay, shall we start now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, perfect. Yes. Guys, let me know in the chat box. Shall we start? Type yes, no, wait. Yes? Okay, perfect. Guys, very, very good morning and sorry for the delay. That was a technical glitch. There were some issues. I was not able to do live stream on the YouTube. And Syam, you can go and send the link in the YouTube chat as well, okay? So other people can join directly in the Zoom meeting, okay? They don't need to be in the YouTube live if they want. So they can come and join here. Okay, guys, how was your week? Busy, hectic? Let me know in the chat box.
So you are on mute, I think.
I have muted myself. Okay, okay. Sorry. Okay, guys, perfect. Busy week? Fine. Fantastic. Okay, guys. So uh today we are going to start very important topic of our DevOps micro internship, and this is Ansible. And once again, to double check, guys, if I'm audible, you can see my screen. Type SA in the chat box. Perfect. Very nice. So guys, have you managed to complete all your last week assignments or is still pending? If done, type done. If it's still pending, type pending. Just wanted to see your status. Done, pending, done, still working, done, pending. I'm on the last one, 32. Pending, okay. Pending, last assignment, pending, pending. Okay, perfect. Okay, guys, perfect. No worries. I hope you'll be able to manage it. Now, uh, let's just start today's topic, Ansible, and let's see what we are going to cover. So it's going to be very busy day. We have to cover a lot of things. So we are going to start with why Ansible matters, why you should know Ansible as a DevOps engineer. Then we will look into the Ansible versus Python versus Shell script. We have seen people used Shell script, people use Ansible. We need to understand why we should use Ansible instead of Python and Shell. This is important for your interview. Then how Ansible works. We'll try to understand the mechanism behind the Ansible, how it works practically. Then we will install uh, Ansible on the Linux, and also I will let you know how to install on the window. Then we will set up your development environment. On your development environment, you need to do, okay, basically on your editor, it's good to have some good plugins so that will help you writing your Ansible playbook. So again, I will help you on that. Then we will understand how to set up SSH when we connect to the remote machine from your node. Again, I will cover that part as well. Then we will understand inventory. Very important things in Ansible. So this is a list of the machine you are going to manage.
Then we also understand how to do passwordless SSH inside the Terraform. Then ad hoc commands. We will start writing our first playbook. Then multiplace. Then we will deploy our mini finance application using Terraform and Ansible. Now you know Terraform, right? So on infra, all infra, you will be creating with the Terraform. Then we will deploy the React application again using Terraform and Ansible. Then we will understand how to make your Ansible playbook modular using the roles. And then we understand the role structure. And on top of that, we will again try to deploy our mini project application using Terraform and Ansible. Then we will end our session with deploying the Epic Book application using Terraform and Ansible on Azure cloud. So guys, we have a lot to cover. So guys, exciting, all good, type good in the chat box. Everyone, please try to get rid of your all distraction. Focus on my screen. And if you are with me, type focus in the chat box. Focus, everyone. Perfect, super. Now let's start with why Ansible. Guys, first thing first. So you have deployed the Epic Book application multiple times, right? In the previous week, you have deployed this Epic Book application using Terraform, correct? So to deploy with the Terraform, what you did, you have created network, you have created virtual machine, you have created database, you have created all security groups, right? And then after doing everything with Terraform, and we know Terraform is the infrastructure as a code, then what you did, you must have did SSH to the virtual machine. Then you have done all those configuration, right guys? Are we on the same page? Type same in the chat box. Then you did SSH. Then you have done the Epic Book runtime installation, right? Node.js installation, Express.js installation, other library installation, right? Then you configure your backend on all the settings, including Nginx, correct? Now we want to automate this part. Now we don't want you to do this manual work. So instead of going manually, instead of doing SSH to the virtual machine and running all those commands manually, you are going to do with Ansible. Now, why we should use Ansible? Because there is always problem with the manual server management. What are different problems? We already know and we covered multiple times, whether you are learning Terraform or other automation tool, right? So what are the different problems? Problems are all those steps are slow, right? Maybe you took 4 to 5 hours to do all those configuration. These are prone to error. There will be error and you will end up fixing all those problems. There is inconsistency. If you have done this the one environment and then you have to replicate for the another environment, then again there will be the inconsistency. It's impossible to scale reliably. Why? Because whether you depend on your mind, whether you have remember all those steps, or maybe you have written your own notes, right? But still you have to go and do all this step by step for the different application, and this become really problematic when you are dealing with the let's say 100 of the application, and those application has thousands of the servers. So it's become impossible to scale. So that's where the way we have automated infra creation, same way we want to automate our application configuration as well. And for that, we are looking the tool, then we are going to learn this Ansible tool. Why this Ansible tool? We will understand in a moment. But before that, let's quickly also recap what else we can do with the okay, what else we do as a DevOps engineer or system administrator who manage the application. What is the role of the system administrator? System administrator is the traditional role. They do the same things what you are going to do as a DevOps engineer. What is your role? What is the role of the system engineer? So their role is to install and update software packages. So when they have to bring any application online, so they have to install different software and update all those packages, right? They need to create the different user and they need to manage the permissions so different admins can log in to those servers. They configure application specific web servers and databases. And once the done application is up and running, then they have to apply security patches, do the firewall settings, and these are ongoing activities. Right, guys? Are we on the same page? You agree with me? Type agree in the chat box. Now imagine you are working for a organization and you have to manage, let's say, 5 server for the time being, right? And you have to do all those things. So what you will do, once you will perform all these steps on the one virtual machine or maybe for the one application, then automatically, and this is what happened, 90% of people start looking for the solution because they don't want to do the repeated task, right? Then they start looking for the automation, and they know what they end up. They end up using the shell script. 99% people, and even me, even 2 days, right? When I do something, let's say I have to run 5 to 6 Azure commands or 5 to 6 AWS commands to get some information from the AWS account or the Azure account. Okay. Or maybe you have to delete some resources. What do? We put all those commands in the shell script. So this is the simplest things every system engineers and any DevOps engineer start doing. But here we are talking about scalability. We are talking about bringing the productivity, right? Now let's understand what is problem with the shell script. Why you should not use shell script. So there's issues with the shell script. What those issues are? First problem is shell script is the platform specific. What do I mean? I mean, let's say there is the server. This is the Linux one. You have another server that is the window one. So if you have written a shell script for the Linux machine, so this will not work for the window machine. Even if you have written the shell script, let's say for the Ubuntu, this is Ubuntu, and now you have the Red Hat, again this shell script will not work for you. So when we write the shell scripts are the platform specific. Okay, so that is the first problem. What is the next problem? Shell scripts are fragile and hard to maintain. What I mean once shell script grow, it's become very difficult to maintain. Just give me a moment. I'm adjusting my screen a little bit. well, sorry. So it's become hard to maintain. Why hard to maintain? Shell script is just set of the commands, and there you can use some if else and maybe some loops, and that's all. So there is no built-in structure. So it's become very lengthy, and different people used different way of writing their shell script. So once you write the shell script, and then if you share this shell script to your different team member, then he will spend more time to understanding the shell script instead of going and using it. Because as I said, shell script don't have any structure. So different people use the different way. So that is another problem with the shell script. Now, what is the next problem? Next problem is lack of idempotency. What is idempotency? Idempotency means you are not able to run any commands or set of command in safe way. What I mean, let's understand this. Let's say there is the server, and here you have written the shell script to install the Nginx. So once you go and run this shell script on this virtual machine, then first time it will run and it will install the Nginx. And if you go and try to run the second time, then it will throw the error and say this is already present. So this is not safe run. Okay, so this is called idempotency. So shell script has lack of idempotency. Why this is important? Because we want a predictable automation. We want to ensure consistency across the environment, right? If you even if okay, if your Nginx is installed, right, if you go again run the same script, okay, it should simply say, okay, this is installed, you should not do anything, right? But if you write the shell script, you should have the way to handle the error. Okay, if this is installed, so don't install it, or maybe check it. So again you are writing extra lines of code. Okay, so this is problem, lack of idempotency. Okay, now what is the next problem? Next issue is, as I said, there's no structure and built-in error handling. So again you will end up writing if else or some different way of managing the error. So again, what did happen, as I said, so when you start sharing this kind of script to the team, so as we don't have any built-in structure, right? So different people has the different way of writing the code. It's become very problematic. Because of this, shell script is the not ideal for automation. Guys, am I making sense? All good? Type good in the chat box. Well, so now we know we want to automate our application configuration. For that, we need a tool, and people started using the shell script. Now we understood what are the problems with the shell script. Now, what option do we have? So this problem has been from the long time, right? So what happened early when we have the DevOps, so there was some configuration management tool. So what is configuration management tool? So configuration management tool is the set of instruction that do the repeatable and scalable way of system configuration. What is configuration management tool? As you understood, what is Ansible, right? Why we are going to use Ansible? We are going to use Ansible for the application configuration, for the system configuration, in other words, correct? So there was the tool, and those tools were called configuration management tool. So why we use this tool? We use this tool to define system configuration in a repeatable and scalable way. Now, there was some tool that come early in the industry, and most of tools were agent based. What does it mean? It means, let's say, if you have to manage 3 servers, then you have to go and install agent on those servers. So that was the problem. Other way, there is the steep learning curve. Means you have to go and learn those additional new tools. Now let's understand this one by one. So as you see on my screen, I have taken example of couple of tools. So one was the Puppet, then Safe, then Salt Stack. I have used this a lot sometime in 2011 when I was working as a Ruby on Rails developer. So I have used this a lot for the application configuration. Now let's understand all these tools. What is problem with these tools? So as I said, these tools are agent based. These are agent based. These are agent based. What does it mean? As I said, so if you are managing 3 servers, you have to install agent on this server. If you are managing thousands of the server, you have to go and install these agents on thousands of the server. So this is one of the problem. What is another problem? Another problem, if you go and work with the big enterprise, then the company really hate agent based tool, because you don't know what information, what data this agent is scrapping from your servers, from your system, and sending out. So big enterprise, financial organizations, some manufacturing organizations, they don't allow that. So that was the another problem. Guys, all good so far? Type good in the chat box. Perfect. Okay, I see there is the attendance request. So guys, you have managed to complete it? If yes, type done in the chat box. Perfect. Super. Now let's continue. Now, what is the different problem? Next problem is, all these tools are designed on some DSL language. Some DSL language. What is DSL? DSL stand for domain specific language. So all these tools, Safe, Puppet, they have created their own language to use this tool. So that's called domain. Domain means particular, right? So if you want to use the Puppet, then you have to learn a specific language for this tool. If you want to use Safe, you have to learn a specific language that is especially designed for this tool. So this is called domain specific language. So again, I'm repeating, what is domain specific language? So this is the computer language that's designed to solve problem within a particular domain or limited domain. Whereas we also use general purpose language, GPL. So GPLs address wider range of the problem, like Python, right? So Python is not for a specific tool, right? We use for the different purposes. Okay. So again, all these tools were based on the DSL. Then what is problem with the DSL? You have to go and learn a specific language for the specific tool. So there is a steep learning curve. You have to go learn new tool, new language for the new tool, right? So this is the problem. Instead of solving one problem, you are going to learn something else, right? You are solving another problem, right? So again, these were not the ideal solution. Okay. So anyways, before Ansible, we only depend on these tools only. Okay. As I said, I have used this a lot. And the big organization use Puppet a lot, okay, initial days. And nowadays, I'm not sure anyone using, I haven't seen. with my any latest customers. Now that's where industries were looking for simple tool, and then Ansible came. And Ansible changed everything. Why? Because Ansible make automation simple. How? We'll understand in a moment. So first you have to make sure what were the different problem with the other tools, right? So again, if you go for the interviews, then maybe this type of question may be asked. Why Ansible, right? You should know very well what were the problem with the existing tools. What are the problem with the shell script, right? So how Ansible make this simple? First things first, this is agentless. So when you want to use the Ansible, then let me mute everyone. Okay. So when we use Ansible, then you don't have to install agent. So whether you are managing one server or maybe hundreds of the server, okay, you not need to install any agent on that. It means your life become easier. Now question is, how a machine from your local machine, right? You want to connect to the remote machine. This is what we did, right? When we have to run Epic Book application, what you did, you created this machine, right? Then you did SSH to go to this machine, then install all the software. So it must be coming. How do you do that, right? So the way you did SSH for your Linux machine, the way you do the RDP for the window machine, Ansible worked on the same style. So we don't need to install any agent. It's use SSH for the Linux and WinRAM for the window. And good thing is that these are already present on those operating systems, right? Did you ever install SSH on the Linux machine? No, right? Did you ever install WinRAM for doing RDP? Never, right? Those were already present, right? So this is agent based and you don't need to install any additional software. So this is simple, right? What next? YML is written in sorry, Ansible is written in YAML playbook. What is playbook? We'll understand later, but this is written in YAML. And what is YAML? YAML is nothing but just key and value based text file. Just to create a text file, give the extension .yaml and give the keys, value, and this is what YML is, right? So this is really simple. You not need to learn any specific language, any specific programming, right? So these are human readable. No coding background is needed. Guys, you agree with me? Type agree in the chat box. Perfect. Super. Now, what is the next problem it solve? It solve idempotent idempotency. As I said, it work in the safe way. If you run this multiple time, it's not going to duplicate this, or there's no any side effect that I will show you practically. And again, we have assignment for that. So this is very, very important. So if you need to install the Nginx on any of your server, if you write the YML file for Ansible to install this, so if you run this one time or maybe 100 times, it's not going to throw any error. If this is present, it say okay, this is present. If not present, then it will install it. So it's not throw any error. So this is called idempotency. Again, this is work across platform. It didn't matter which operating system you are using, whether this is Linux, Mac OS, Windows, it's work. And this is modular and scalable. How this is modular, we'll understand later. And this is scalable. It's use plugin based architecture similar to the Terraform. What is the Terraform? We understood Terraform is the plugin based architecture, right? So different providers, they provide the plugin and we use that plugin to create the infrastructure on those clouds or on those SaaS provider or on those tools, right? So similar is plugin based. We'll understand this, and we can write a book, not a book. We write a set of commands to install the software, and this is called Playbook. Okay, so again, how this become scalable, we'll understand this, but this very systematic way of writing the commands and the configuration for your application. Well, guys, so far so. If this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Well, now let's do a little bit deep dive and understand in more detail when we should use, why we should use Ansible, why you should not use Ansible, sorry, Shell script, and what is some other problem with the Python. Because in the industry nowadays, people use all of these. So there's no hard and fast rule. Still, some people go and use the Shell script. Still, some people are very comfortable using the Python. And again, here we are saying as a DevOps engineer, you should use Ansible. Now let's quickly look into that. What is the difference between them? What is advantage and the disadvantage? Very quickly, let's look into the start with the Shell script as we already covered. So what is Shell script? So we use Shell script for the installing the packages. We use Shell script moving files from one location to the another location. We use Shell script to restart the service, right? So this is basically what we do when we are doing application and software configuration, correct? Now, what is the problem? Problem is not cross-platform. That is the first problem. What is second problem? This is not idempotent. What is next problem? This get messier quickly when your task grow, right? And it don't have the any built-in error handling and logging. So because of all this, it's become risky very quickly. Now, what about Python? Python is good. People use Python is more flexible as compared to Shell script, but this required more effort. Why more effort? Because again, you need to learn the Python. All people don't know the Python. And to learn the Python, you should have the programming skill. You should have knowledge of the programming. If not, you have to start from the scratch. So again, it needs more effort. This is what we were trying to skip. How Python works? So Python has the API. Python use API to connect with the server. Once it's connect, then you do all the configuration, right? So for that, again, you have to go and learn different library. So if you are doing to configure applications on AWS, you have to learn AWS specific library. If Azure, Azure specific library. There we can use loops and condition. When you use loops and condition, your code again grow. Instead of writing just 3 lines, I will explain in a moment how simple it will become in the Ansible. You will be end up writing 50 lines in the Python. Again, once your Python script will install any software, it will return some information, right? Software installed, right? It's not installed. you got some error. So you have to get all those data, you have to parse them, you have to transform them, and you have to understand them. Again, this is another big task, you have to do that. There are different modules, as I said, a different library. Again, you have to go and not only learn the Python, you have to understand those modules, those libraries as well. Whereas when we use Ansible, then as we understood, Ansible, we use YML for the application installation, and it's maintain the end state of the software. So if you want, you should have Java 11, then you will just go and make sure there is Java 11 on your system, and that's all. So you don't have to handle any errors. You don't have to learn any other libraries. What you need to do, just look into the Ansible documentation. I will show you, okay, and copy some piece of code and put it, and that's all. The way we have been doing for the Terraform. Again, this is idempotent, and it's help in repeatable automation. This is very, very important. I will show you as a practically how this is important. You can manage multiple machines, multiple environment. It's declaratives and very readable. So if you are able to understand, okay, then other people can also understand, because you are using the same language. Because Ansible is written in very simple key and value based YML file, so anyone can understand. You should not have to use your own way of writing. Other teams is not going to use their own way of writing. Simply we have to follow how to write YML file, and that's all. Well, so now you understand what is problem and challenges with the Ansible. What is problem with the shell script, what is issues with the Python, and how we win using the Ansible. Guys, so far so all good, all clear? Type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Now let's understand how Ansible works. So as I said, Ansible is agentless by design. So let's say you have here 3 servers, and on this server you want to install the Nginx. You have to go and write just this 4 lines, and that's all. So if this is your computer, from this computer you want to install Nginx on these 3 servers, you have to create a .yml file, put this line of code, and run this. It will go and install the Nginx on 3 server, and you don't have to install any agent any of this server. Now you see this is how YML looks like. So do you think writing this piece of code you need to learn any language? Not at all. Now what do you need to use this YML file, install Nginx on these servers? Only and only, as I said, you need SSH for the Linux and Mac OS, or WinRAM for your Windows machine. Well, now we understood this is so simple. This is agentless, but now how does it actually works? Now let's understand this. So guys, everyone please try to understand, this is very important part, okay? Please type focus in the chat box if you are with me. How exactly Ansible works? So again, let me give the same example. Let's say we have the 3 server here, and this 3 server we want to manage from your computer. When I say manage means you want to install the Nginx. So Ansible need a control node. Ansible need a control node. What is control node? Control node is brain of your automation. So now from this computer, you're going to manage these computers, right? So as you are going to control these computers from this computer, so this computer is called control node. The computer from where you're going to manage your entire servers, that computer is called control node. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Why control node? Because you are going to control, right, all these servers. Here the example of the 3 server, but in real case there will be the hundreds of the servers, right? From the machine, from the computer, you're going to manage those. Computer is called control node. And this control node could be your local machine or could be cloud-based server as well. Why? Because when you work in a real enterprise, right, with the team, then of course you can use your local computer for doing some local stuff, but actual application configuration, server configuration, that you will run from the remote virtual machine, that will be accessible by your different teams or maybe some tool as well. So this is called control node. Well, now what we want to install Nginx on these servers. As I said, we want to install Nginx on this server. So what do we need? First things first, we need a control node. Now in this control node, we need to write a playbook. What is playbook? Playbook is nothing but set of instruction to install and configure something on those server. In our case, what is this? This is Nginx, right? So what you see here, if you go and create a .yml file and put all these 4 lines of code, so this is your playbook. So if you want to install a Nginx, so what do you need? You need a control node, then you need a playbook. What is this playbook? Playbook is nothing but .yml file with set of instruction, set of code, and this code is exactly similar that what you see on my screen. Guys, this is clear. Type clear in the chat box. Perfect. So we need control node, we need playbook. Next, what do we need? We need the inventory file. What is inventory file? Inventory file is list of server. Now this is your control node. Let me change color of my pencil. Now this is your control node, right? And from this control node, you're going to manage this server. How these control nodes know which server you need to manage? Why only these 3 server? Why not these another servers? Right? So what we do, we go and create the inventory file. This inventory file is nothing but set of servers. How to create inventory file, we will understand in a moment. But now, next what we need? We need the inventory file. So we need a playbook, we need an inventory file, and what next? And last we need the Ansible itself. Then we need a Ansible tool need to be installed on this your control node. So let me clear the screen. So to start using Ansible, to start configuring applications with Ansible, you need a control node. Control node is nothing but virtual machine or a physical machine, could be your laptop. There you need to write the playbook. What is playbook? We just understood. Then we need list of server. This is called inventory. Then we need a Ansible. Ansible is a software that need to be installed, and that's all. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Now, what else? Of course, you are going to manage the server, right? Then you need the managed node. What is the managed node? Managed nodes are nothing but machine that you want to control. List of machine. In our case, we have seen we had 3 machines, right? That you want to manage. So these machines are managed node. As name suggests, right? These machines we want to control from the control node. So these are called managed node. What could be those managed nodes? This could be a Linux virtual machine. This could be the Windows server, or even it could be on premises or any cloud servers. Guys, so far so all good, all clear, type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Now we know we have the control node. Using control node, we are going to manage the servers, right? Now this control node need to connect with the this managed nodes, right? How it works, we already know. So if you are using the Linux machine, then we use SSH. For the Linux machine, we can use SSH, or even for the Mac OS. And if you have the Windows, then we are going to use WinRAM. Perfect. Okay. So to start using the Ansible, then what do we need? First things. So if okay, now we know to start using the Ansible, first things first, what do we need? We need a control node. And now imagine I'm going to use my this computer as a control node. So what do I need first? Let me know in the chat box. If I'm going to use my this computer as a control node, then what do I need first? Install Ansible. Exactly. Do I need Python? Yes, we need Python because Ansible is built on the Python. So somehow you are right. Not Java. Yes. So first thing first, what we need a Ansible itself, right? So how to install Ansible on the Linux machine? Guys, installation of Ansible is very simple. So let me quickly walk you through. So let's open the browser. And here we can type install Ansible. Okay. Now you see we have the link here. Okay. Open this link. And here we have the all detailed steps given to install the Ansible. There is the two way of installing the Ansible if you're using the Mac OS or the Linux machine. So for that, there is some requirement. Okay. So you has to has the Python installed there. Okay. So you need the Python there, okay? And after that, you can just run a small command to install the Ansible, okay? So once Python is there, you can use pip to install the Ansible. And also we can also use apt install Ansible. So that will also work, okay? So you can follow this document to install the Ansible. Let me share over here. Again, you can type install Ansible on the window machine. You will get the detailed documentation, okay? And again, I have the videos I'm going to upload in the YouTube, okay? So that's something you can get it. So I don't see here. So to install the Ansible on the window, we need the one tool called window WSL. You need to install that. After that, you will be able to install the Ansible. So what I will do, I'm going to upload a detailed video on the YouTube's. I have already created, so you can use that. Okay, guys. So first thing first, what we need a Ansible, and on my machine, I have already Ansible installed. Okay. So if you see Ansible, you see, I'm able to see the all Ansible commands. So Ansible is already installed here. So installation is very simple. At this stage, I believe you can go ahead and do some research, able to install it. But anyways, I will give you the detailed instruction. I will upload the video on the YouTube so you can follow along with me. Guys, so far, so all clear, all good, type good in the chat box. Perfect. So based on your operating system, you need to install the Ansible on your machine. That is first things. So if you are using the Linux, so install Ansible, window, you have to follow the different steps. So install that. After that, we need to set up your development environment. So when I say development environment means your local machine. So for that, you need to do two things. You need to install two plugin the way we did for the Terraform. So let me open the Visual Studio. Let me bring my screen here. Okay, so you have to install two plugin. First plugin is the, let's go here. First plugin is the YML itself. Because we know we are going to write this Ansible playbook using YML, right? So please go ahead and install the YML. So when you write any code, so this will be well formatted. So you see, I have already installed. If not, if you type here, you have to click install and this will install. This is very simple. Now, what is the second things you need? You need a Ansible itself. You see, this is come from the Red Hat. Okay, so go ahead, install this. You see, I have already installed. So you need to install this to plugin on your Visual Studio. Okay, and guys, this is so simple. You have been doing in the past, so you will be able to do it. Okay, guys, all good, all clear. Type good clear in the chat box. Okay, now on this control node, okay, what do we need? We need Ansible. So we already, you have seen, I have already Ansible installed. So I have the Ansible. Next, we need to make sure our plugin, our editor has the right plugins. So now we have these two plugins. This is what we need. Next is, now we need to know how do we connect our this control node to our remote server, right? And we already know our most of the server when we are using in the cloud, those are Linux machine, right guys? Those are Linux machine. So let me bring my slide here. Okay. So now we are going to understand how to set up SSH. As we know from our control node, if this is my local computer, this is my control node, then from this control node, I wanted to connect to the remote server. And if this is the Linux, right, then what do I need? I need to set up SSH, correct? Now, how do we set up this SSH? Because we know on this machine, if you have the Ansible, then Ansible going to use SSH to connect and install the software. So there is two way of installing, there's two way of setting up SSH to access the managed server. What is the first way? First way is using SSH key based authentication, and this is recommended. What is SSH key based authentication? So this you have been already doing from the past, right? So we use public key and private key to access remote server from the local server, right? Again, I'm going to explain this in a moment. So first way is using SSH key based authentication. What is the second way? Second way is using password based authentication, and this is not ideal for the automation. You already know, right? Giving username and password is not ideal. So most of the time we have been using SSH, and this is again recommended for the industry. So to use this method SSH, what do we need? We need a private key. So what is the private key? So private key is the identification of the key pair that say you own these keys. So how do we generate this key? To generate this key, we use a tool called SSH keygen, right? So using SSH keygen, you can generate your key pair. So when you generate this key pair, it will generate two key, one public key and one private key. So private key is always stay with you. We never share it with anyone. And the public key we placed in the managed node. So if you remember, whenever you have been creating a virtual machine, whether on the Azure or the Linux, then it was generating the key pair and it used to ask download this private key, right? So download your private key. So we download the private key and then using this private key, we do SSH, right? And public key stay itself with the server. So we are going to use same method to set up SSH for our managed nodes. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Now let's understand this practically with the demo. So first thing first, what do we need? We need, okay, let's go here. Let me open this. So now let's assume my computer is my control node. And here I have Ansible installed, right? I have editor ready. Now we need a managed node and that we want to do SSH, right? So first thing first, what do I need? I need a remote machine, right? So let's go ahead and create the remote machine. So let me open the a small lab, what I have created. And I will show you in a moment. Perfect. So let me open the Visual Studio. And here I have already created this a small folder. So let me open this and let's go to the download, then Ansible. Okay, and let me open this. And here, let me close all these. And I have created this Ansible Lab VM. And let me delete this because I was testing yesterday. So you see these different files. Okay. Now, as you know, as we already learned Terraform, right? Now I need to create this manage node, right? So I should be using Terraform ideally, and you should be also using Terraform, right guys? You should not go and create manually. So I have created this Terraform. We have the main here, okay? It's very simple. And then we have the output. We need the public IP. Again, we have the variables, and here we have the prefix and the region, right? So now let me go here to cd download Ansible cd Ansible lab VM. And guys, what command should I run to create this VM? Okay, now what this is complaining, guys? Guys, are you able to help me why I'm getting this error? Without Terraform, you cannot use Ansible. Of course, you can use Ansible. So Terraform just for creating the infrastructure, right? So I need a virtual machine. So I'm creating virtual machine with the Terraform because in the last week we have understood the Terraform, right? So this not makes sense for me to go and create virtual machine manually. Guys, why I'm getting this error?
You have to log in, like you have to do Azure login, or you have to authenticate your device. Like then only it will get the subscriber ID and you will be able to perform the task.
Well, absolutely right, Bhupendra. Very good, super. So my subscription ID is missing, right? So in previous time, I was using agent login, right? But this time I don't want to do that. The way you have configured the service principal, I did as well. And I put all those configuration where in bash.rc file. Okay. So I will source. It's not coming from the history. Then let me try other way. Dot bash.rc. Okay. This is here. Now let me go ahead and run this command. And I believe the people who answered very good. Okay. So guys, these are very important things you should know, right? And now I believe everyone, when you are doing the Terraform session on the assignments, you must use the service principal. Okay. So that is a way of authenticating with Azure. So now this is going to create a resource for me, and let's go to the browser and go to resources. I'm doubting what resource name this is creating. Okay, DevOps 1P. Okay, now this got created. Okay, and I think everything is here. Let's go back to here. Okay, it's still creating. And now let's look at the output. It must be going to give us the public IP. We need the public IP of it. Okay, done. Okay, guys. Now we see this is done. This is the public IP. So let me quickly test it. So what do I do? I will, okay, let me open the new tab and maybe bit a smaller screen, guys. SSH, then at the rate, let me paste the IP. Then I need the username. Let's go and find the username. It should be here in the main. Admin user. Let me copy this. Then fingerprint, yes. Then we need the password. And now we are here where in our DevOps 1 Ansible PMVM. Okay, guys. So now what we did, we have created this remote machine. Okay, I did SSH and I'm able to logged in into this virtual machine. Now what we are going to do, we are going to set up SSH. So our Ansible on this machine will be able to access it. So guys, try to understand. So when Ansible, everyone guys, if you are with me, type me in the chat box. Yes, this is fast. So now currently as a human, right, from this machine, I have did SSH. But now what we are trying to do, we're trying to set up SSH for our Ansible, right? And for that, what do we need to set up this? Currently, what I used username and password, right? I have used username and password. Now, as I said, we are going to use the recommended method for the Ansible, and that was the key based authentication, right? So for that, what do we need? We need a key. Okay, so there is two way of getting the key. One way, you can go ahead and you can create the key yourself. It's very simple. So let's go to the terminal, and if you paste this command, okay, and hit the enter, then you see this is generating key pair for me. Which key? Public private key and public key pair. And this is asking for the path. Just you give yes, 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 enter a couple of times, then this is going to generate public key and private key for me. But I'm not going to generate this because I have already key. Okay, let me show you. Now, where is the my key? Your key will be at this path. If you go to your home directory, there we have dot SSH. Okay, so let's see here. Go back, do ls minus al, hit the enter. Okay, I don't have. No, it should must have.
You're in the BM, right? And not in your laptop.
Wow, good. Thank you. Very good. So now let's go ahead and run this. Super. Now let me, okay, let's do one thing. Let's open the new tab. Thank you so much, Anuradha. So let's paste here. And now you see on my local machine, I have this IDRSA. So this is the private key, and IDRSA public, this is my private key. Sorry, public key. Okay. Now using this key, we are going to configure SSH to our remote machine. Okay, guys. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. So we need these two key on your local system. Okay. Or I can also say on your control node. Now, let's go to our, now you see this key is present where? On .ssh, right? So similarly, here we need, okay, Try to understand. So my private key on this machine, on my control node is where in .ssh, correct? And here I have my private key. Now this is public key. Now if you want to access my this remote machine, then my public key need to be here. This public key, what you see here, this need to be here, because when I will do SSH, then it will be able to identify, okay, this public key belongs to which private key. So this private key is on my local machine. So this public key we have to move where? In the virtual machine. On virtual machine where? On .ssh. So this is the place where SSH key always stays. So when VM will look for the authentication, right, it will go and try to find public key at this place. On my local machine, private key at that place. Now what we need to do, we have to copy this public key where? Into this VM. Okay, and for that I have a command. Let me run this. So let's go here on local machine and let me run this command. I'm going to explain you what I am doing. So simple. I'm doing cat, then using cat I'm getting content of all this ID RSA public, right? And then I'm doing okay, I'm greping all those data, okay, using the cat command, and this data then I am doing SSH where? To my remote machine, right? So here what do I need? I need the username of my VM, right? So let's go and get the username, paste this, then we need the public IP, get the public IP from here, right? Then what we're doing, that details what we got, we are putting in SSH authorizer key. We have seen there was the authorizer key, right? Authorizer key we are putting in this file, and we are changing the mode here, permission 600. Okay, so this will be there. Okay, so let's do this. And again it's asking for the password. Of course I need to give the password. Let's go and get the password from here, hit the enter. Well, now this is done. What we did, very simple, we have private key here, and from this machine public key we put it here, right? Public key, right? Now this machine will be able to do SSH without asking any password. Now let's test this. So let's go here, and we are here. Let me exit from here. Okay, clear the screen. Now let's go ahead and do again SSH. Now you see I'm not giving any username and password, right? We are inside our virtual machine. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Let exit once again, clear the screen and do this. You see this is working, right? Now it means now we do not need any more password, right? And our private key is taking by default from .ssh. As we know, this is the place where our private and public keys stays, correct? So if you want to connect to remote server, you have to do this setup. So it didn't matter you have one server or maybe 100 servers, right? We have to only follow these steps and that's all. And this is any way we need to do it. Okay guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. These things we can do in automatically. Don't worry. Again, I have demo for that. But now here we understood, right? We have set up this connection. Well, now what else do we need? Let's go to our this slide. So on our control node, we have installed Ansible, right? We have established SSH connection. Next, what do we need? We need a inventory file. We need a inventory file, right, guys? Let me unmute. Some people are muted. Next, we need a inventory file. In current our case, we have only one VM, right? But in reality, in production, we could have the hundreds of the VM, right? So we need a list of inventory that will let Ansible know to access it. Okay. So what is this inventory file? Let's understand this. Guys, you all are with me? Type me in the chat box. Well, now what is this inventory file? It's very simple. Ansible inventory file is a simple file, or also people call it a script. It lists all your hosts you want to manage. This inventory file is a simple file where we list, or a script where we list all the server you want to manage. Now question comes, what details do we need to put on these files of the server? First things first, we need the IP address. And we already know, if you want to connect, to any remote machine, then you need the public IP address, right? So this has the public IP address. What else? Now here we are talking about hundreds of the server, right? So you can create a group. So in your inventory file, you can make list of web servers, list of app server, list of databases. So you could have the 2 web server, you could have the 3 app servers, right? So we can group those IPs on the for the different purpose. What else? We will use the different variables and connection details. Now this, from the control node, we are going to connect to the remote server, right? How it will connect? So again, it need the connection details. And again, we could have some variables. Again, variables is very important. We will understand this later, right? So in our inventory file, we need basically 3 things at the high level: IP address. As we are talking about the multiple servers, right? Multiple virtual machines. So we can group them. Then we need the connection details. And again, to make it more organized, we are going to use some variables that we will understand later. Okay. Now, these inventory files are basically 2 types: a static and a dynamic inventory file. Now, let's understand this. What is a static inventory file? A static inventory file is the file where we know the server we are going to manage. If we know we have to manage 5 server, and we know these are the 5 server we need to manage. So these are the controlled environment where we know number of servers, where we know IP address of the server. So this is called controlled environment because we know, right? So in a static inventory file case, we manage the control environment. When we're saying control environment means we know this number of virtual machine or this virtual machine we need to manage. What happened? So when we create the inventory file, we simply create a .ini or YML format. So this inventory file we create with extension .ini or .yml. So whatever you are comfortable, please do that. Again, I said this is very simple. I will show you in a moment. Then if you need, as I said, you can define this into the group. What group? Which servers belongs to which group? Then we have the dynamic inventory. What's your dynamic inventory? When you don't know the servers which you need to manage. So what we do dynamically on based on the needs, we go and pull the list of the host automatically. And then you do, or maybe you can go and again run the commands, whatever you want to do. But thing is that in case of the dynamic inventory, dynamically based on the needs, you go and get the list of the host you need to manage. Now question is, how do we know? It's very simple. If you are working in the cloud environment, right? So what do? We tag our virtual machine with the different tag, right? So if someone say today we need to install this X software on all the production virtual machine of this account, okay, so we will use a dynamic inventory. We'll go ahead and pull all the virtual machine that is tagged with the production tag, where key is environment, value is the production. We'll get all those virtual machine list and we will use Ansible to install that X software. So guys, am I making sense? What is a static inventory? Where we know our target managed nodes, right? Managed server. So this is for that we use a static inventory. Where we really don't know, that is called dynamic inventory. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Now let's understand how to write .ini or .yml format for the inventory. Right? This is very simple. This is example of .ini format. So you can go write inventory.ini. What? Inventory.ini. Okay. And there we go and write code like this. Now let's understand this. So what we are saying, so here we have the group called wave. Here we have group called DB. And in the web group, we have these two virtual machine, and DB, we have this virtual machine. Guys, this is clear. So here in the web group, we have two server, whereas in the DB group, we have this one server. So this server we wanted to manage. So in our inventory file, what we give the IP address, and then again based on our needs, we group those server. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Now next, we want to connect to these servers, right? How do we connect that? And for that we pass the variables. Now if you see these variables, what is variables? Key and value, right? So here we have the set of variables, and these variables we are using for all. All means these both group. So if you DB group using different username or different private key for the access, you can use the here maybe DB, right? Or maybe you can pass all these variables here in specific to this group. But as you see, for both wave and DB, we are using same username, okay, and private key. So we know if you want to do SSH using the Ansible, what do we need? We need the username, right? And we need the private key. So this is what we passed here. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Now, if I need to read this file, how do I read this? So there is web group with the 2 hosts. There is the DB group with the 1 host. All hosts use same SSH user and key. This is simple, clean and readable. Guys, agree? Type agree in the chat box. Very simple, right? Next, okay. So here this .ini is a default and this is widely used. Okay. Now we also told you, right? I also told you this again. We have another way of writing this inventory file using .yml format. Okay. So a YML format looks something like this. So here again you see we have the all, then host, we have the web group, then the web2 group, then the DB group, and here you have the vars passing username and password, right? So just a different syntax. There is nothing else, just a different way of writing, right? In the text file, we write our text differently. YML file, we write differently, right? In JSON, we write differently. So this is a different way of writing, but you see all details are same. But here, YML format is more structured. And this is especially we use for the large environment. You maybe say, no, Pravin, this is not looks more structured, right? Previous one was looking much better. Okay, guys, this is simple one. Okay, and most of the time we use it, but in the real environment, if you go and when you have to manage hundred of the servers, okay, then there it's become more easy. Okay, so once you start doing, then you really understand what I mean. Okay, but anyways, for our all case, we are going to use this .ini format. Okay, guys. So far, so all good, all clear. Type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Now, question is, let's understand this. Now, this is our control node, right? From this control node, we are going to manage this server, and we have established SSH connection, right? We have created inventory file. Now, where do we put this inventory file, right? So there is some best practices. Let's look into this. So we know this is our inventory file. This is in .ini extension. Okay. So basically, when we create this inventory file, you can put at etc ansible and the host. You can also put this specific to your project. So when we have, let's say, 5 project, right? And each project has its own directory. You can also go ahead, put in your project itself inventory.ini. Now, question may become, what is the difference between these? Okay, so this is global inventory file. So when you will use Ansible command to connect to the remote server, then your Ansible first times goes and try to find any inventory file here, etc Ansible and inside the host. So again, if you see, if you have the 5 project, right? So typically you should not put your all 5 project details over here. So it's become more complex, right? It's become very hard to maintain. So ideally you should be putting your inventory file in your project itself. But as Ansible start finding the inventory file, it will first go and try to find from here. Okay. So as I said, if you are working on a multiple project, it's become very difficult, right? Maintain everything for the 5 project configurations, IP address, variables in the one place, right? So that is the one problem. Another problem here you see etc, right? What is etc? This is the specific directory where we put the our software specific configuration, right? So everyone will not have access of it. So why I'm telling this, this is something important for you. Once you start working in the real time environment, right? Something will not work, then you should know where exactly Ansible look for the inventory file. Okay. So first it goes there. If it didn't find there, then it will look into your project root directory to find the inventory file. Okay, guys, this is clear. Type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Now let's go back to our previous slide. So we have Ansible. Now we know our inventory file, right? What next? Next, we can go and create our playbook. But before we create a playbook, we can, okay, what is playbook? Playbook is the systematic way of installing software in very organized way. Okay. But all the time, you don't need to write the playbook. Let's say if you have the 5 server and you want to restart the 5 server, so you really not need to go and create a playbook. Using Ansible Ad-Hoc command, you can go ahead and start the server. So there is the Ad-Hoc commands that we can use to perform some action on the remote server. So let's understand what are those Ad-Hoc commands. Guys, so far so all clear? Type clear in the chat box. As I said, Playbook is the best practice standard way of managing the server. But now and then we have to do some small software updates. Restart the server, right? Then we are not going to write the playbook. We will use Ad-Hoc command. So what is Ad-Hoc command? Ad-Hoc commands are one-liner instruction that you can use to send a command directly from your terminal to remote machine. And for that, we do not need a playbook. Once again, what is Ad-Hoc command in the Ansible? Ad-Hoc command is one-liner instruction that we send to the remote server directly from your control node, from your computer terminal to perform some task. For that, we no need to write a long playbook. So what could be this different quick task? It could be one-time job. Maybe if you're doing something, right, we need to debug it. We need to install some software. We need to install some tool. For that, we use these quick actions. What could be these quick actions? This could be maybe you want to ping the server. You want to see if server is really available or not. Maybe you want to reboot the virtual machine. If you want to just install a small package, maybe you want to copy a configuration file from your local machine to the remote machine. Maybe you want to check from how long the remote machine is up and running, right? For all those things, you do not need to write playbook. For that, we can use ad-hoc command. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Everyone, guys, you are with me? Type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Now, how to run this ad hoc command? Let's understand this. It's very simple. We will use Ansible as our tool. Then here all, what all means, if you go and see, this is our inventory file, right? Inventory.ini. So here we have wave and the DB. Wave we have the 2 server, DB we have the 1 server. So if you want to perform a task on this all server, so what you can type here, you can type inventory, sorry, Ansible, then all. If you want to perform the task just on the one group, let's say wave, then you can use wave. Okay. Then -i, you have to pass the inventory file, inventory.ini, then -m, then you have to pass the module name. What is this module? Module is basically, okay, so how Ansible works? So Ansible has concept of module similar to the Terraform. Terraform has concept of plugin, right? So if you want to create infrastructure on the AWS, we use AWS plugin, right? So here in Ansible, if you want to use Nginx, then you need to use the Nginx module. If you want to install a software, then you need the apt module. If you want to copy the file, you need the copy module. And then, okay, so -m, module name. Then after that, you can pass the argument. Okay. Now let's understand this with the example. It will make more sense. Then I will also show you where to get all these modules. So first example, let's say you want to ping if server is reachable or not. Okay. So what we do? Ansible wave. Now here, instead of all, we have only wanted to check only wave manage servers, right? In the how many servers we have in the wave? 2, right? So we want to check these wave servers, right? Manage servers that are in inventory.ini, we're able to ping or not using the ping module. Okay, guys? Now, what this command is doing? Ansible. Now you see we are doing the all, not only wave, right? Again, inventory.ini. Now module, which module we are using? We are using shell module. Then we are checking the uptime. So how long all servers are running. Now let's understand the different example. Here we want to install the Nginx. So where? On the app inventory.ini. What is module? apt. Then argument we are passing here. What is name? Nginx. Okay, try to understand, guys. So here apt is the module, right? Using apt module, we are going to install the Nginx software and we want it to be present. So if already installed, it's fine. If not, please go ahead and install it, make it this is present, right? And then you see minus become another argument, and this we are saying when you are installing the Nginx, then use elevated privilege. Become says use elevated privilege means use sudo. Perfect. Now guys, if you see in our inventory, we don't have the app, right? Here we don't have the app, correct? So it means you has create the app group as well, correct? Guys, so far so, if all clear, all good, type good in the chat box. Perfect. Now we are going to learn this practically. Okay, so for that we need some servers. Okay, so now what we are going to do, we are going to create 4 server and automatically configure passwordless authentication using Terraform. Now what we are going to do, we are going to create 4 server as we know the Terraform. So using Terraform, we will spin up this 4 server, and when we will spin up this 4 server, we are going to enable passwordless SSH authentication. Then from our control node, we are going to perform some action on those servers. Guys, so far so all good. Type good in the chat box, and this will be one of the assignments for you for this week. Perfect. So again, let's go here. Let me close this. And what I have did, I have created another folder with the set of the Terraform files. So let's understand this. So you already know. So here, okay. So in the main, I have the Azure RM, then the resource group. I'm creating the network, then sub network, public IP, then network interface, and then here NSG, and you see I'm allowing this port 22, right? Because we know we need SSH for passwordless authentication, right? Then let me bring this little bit here. Then we are creating the virtual machine. And now if you scroll down here, we are using private key, public key. We are not going to use the password, right? So as you seen in the previous virtual machine, what I did, I have manually copied the public key from my local machine to the virtual machine, right? Now here we are going to create the 4 virtual machine, right? So I don't want to do this manually. For that, I have written this code. Again, what is this code? This code is very simple, right? If you see mkdir on the remote machine, okay, again, we are using a Ansible, a feature called provisioner. Okay, what is provisioner? Provisioner is another feature of Ansible. Using that, we create some resources within your virtual machine. Okay, this is very detailed topic, but let's not go there. So from our remote machine, we are executing this command. Okay, remote exec. Then we are creating this folder, setting up the permission. Then from my using the file, we are getting the public key. Okay, then this public key we are putting in the authorized, okay, on the remote machine, on this virtual machine, okay, using the provisioner. Okay, Okay, guys. So this is what we are doing now. If you go in the variable, okay, here we have the variable count. Okay, now I'm going to change the variable count to the 4. Okay, and again, what is this? Okay, so this is called Terraform has a specific feature called metadata. Okay, so using meta, we are creating for the virtual machine. Okay, and this is the username, and of course we need the password for the testing purpose. So I've also given that. Okay, and then we have the output. We are going to get the public IP for the public IP address of the full virtual machine, and that's all. And here we have, I think we have the password. Okay, so let's go to the terminal, and now let me delete this. This is not needed anymore. Of course, we can delete this from where? From the Terraform command. Let me delete from here. Now let's go to the terminal and exit from here because this is going to be deleted, and exit from here as well. Let me close this and clear cd Ansible lab, clear Terraform, apply, auto approve.
Auto, sir, auto. AUTO, auto.
UTO.
Thank you. Auto approve. Okay, again, this is saying the same problem, right? What problem? I need to source the keys, right? And let's run this. And this is going to take some time. Sonam, yes, you are right. So create the directly add the public key and change the key on the permission. And this is going to take some time because now this is going to create the fourth virtual machine. So guys, let's do one thing. Okay, so it will take some time, and this is already 2 hours past. So let's take our coffee break now, and when we will be back, this will be ready. Then we will test our ad hoc commands. Sound good, guys? Type good in the chat box. Perfect, super. So let it get created, and let me start the timer for the 15 minute. Okay, guys, please go ahead and have a coffee, tea, do the small walk, and see you in the 15 minute. Bye bye. Hey guys, welcome back. If you're back, type back in the chat box. Perfect. Very nice. So now let me stop this. And let's go here and let me open the terminal. Perfect. Now what we did, as you say, we got the 4 virtual machine, right guys? Now this virtual machine, we should be able to access without giving username and password. So let's quickly test it one by one. So hit the enter. Of course, it will ask for the fingerprint. And again, there is the way we can get rid of it. Okay. So when we do the real automation, then this no one is going to give yes at the fingerprint, right? So again, we have this configuration we can do. So we can do this maybe later. And now see, we are not giving the anything and technically it should works. Now we see Ansible managed VM1. Correct, guys? Now let's exit from here and test all this one by one. So just wanted to make sure all VM is working fine. Then this all 4 VM we are going to use for the different purposes. Okay, so just have created 4 VM all together. So we no need to create again and again. Perfect. Now this is Ansible VM2. So let me exit from here. Now let's go for the third one. Guys, now you see how amazing it is, right? Is just we have written this a Terraform script is created for VM. It's amazing. You don't need to do these things again and again. Now you see this is VM3, right? And exit. And let's do the last one because I don't want to get any surprise at the last. Correct. Copy. And let's go here and do this. Perfect. Now this is VM4, right? Perfect. Now let's exit from here and clear the screen. Okay, guys. So now this looks good. All fine, right? Type good in the chat box.
Hello,
Sir,
Pravin
you
sir,
are on
your
mute.
mic is muted. Your mic is mute.
How long I'm muted?
Just wait for a minute, okay?
So someone is muting me, I think. How is possible I'm getting muted myself? Okay, so you guys where up to where I was audible? Do I need to repeat anything or all good?
The last command, we type SSH for the last machine and after that.
Aha, okay, perfect. I think that was nothing. Just I have again tested the last virtual machine access, okay, for the Ansible VM4, and this works, and that's all. Okay. Now what I was saying, now we are going to uh, run some ad hoc command and see as an example how it works. And for that, what I did, I have created a couple of commands that I'm going to show you. So here, first things first, now what we need to do, Now this is our, okay, let me open this in our Visual Studio. So this is our a folder, right? Ansible.lab, and we have this Terraform scripts. Now here we need to create our inventory.ini. Correct, guys? Now here, now I have this. So basically, let me copy this and we'll do it from the scratch. So let me put it there. Okay. Now let's remove this DB1. And here we are going to put first VM public IP address. So let me go here. And this is our first VM public IP. Let me copy this. Let's go to the our inventory.ini and put it here. Now user is Azure user and this is key. And let me quickly make sure if we are using the right username. Yes, Azure user, perfect. Then all good. Now let's go and run this command. So again, this is our wave. We have only one group wave, this IP address. Let's go here and let me go here. From here, I'm going to run this command. So people, as you already understood, let me know what exactly this is going to do. So here Ansible, right? All. What does all mean here? Are you able to translate? Can you able to tell me in the chat what all mean here?
Every node, each and every node we have configured for that. All that means every node we want to change.
Which node? How many node do we have?
4 nodes.
Really? So this is our command, right? And this is our inventory.ini. One, right?
One, only one, only one. Yeah.
Yes, yes, exactly. Yeah. So basically, I think you didn't, I read it carefully. So it's happened, no problem. But thank you so much for coming forward and answering this, right? So here we have only one group web and we have one machine, correct? So now let's go ahead and run this. And which module we are using here? Ping module, right? So module is ping. Now let's see here. So what we are seeing here, we got this message and it's saying, yes, you are trying to reach this virtual machine and your ping is successful. Ping is pong, right? Means it's able to reach it. Okay. So now this is working as expected. Perfect. Now let me scroll down and now I wanted to check from how long all these servers are up and running. Okay. So we'll run this command Ansible again minus all means we have only one, right? Here we can also change this to the web, right? Because we know we have web group, correct? Then I inventory, then module is sale, then we are passing the uptime. We want Ansible to go and run this on this virtual machine cell on the cell prompt, right? And cell prompt it will go and run what? Uptime. Okay, hit the enter. And we know we have just created and maybe time will be in the UTC time zone. So we see this is changed. Now this is available from 6:55. Okay, so this is 9:55 and I am 3 past 3 plus UTC time, right? So if you minus 3 hours, so this is 6:55, right? So from 23 minutes, this is up. Okay. Now, let's say now we want to install just Nginx. Okay. So very simple. We run this command. We have already seen this. What this command? Let me clear the maybe screen and type it again. So Ansible, no, clear the screen, paste it. So what command we are using? Ansible on the wave, we want to use module apt, then install the software nginx and state make sure this is present and using the sudo privilege. Hit the enter. Now this is going to install this. And now we are going to test it from the browser. Okay. So now when you're going to test it from the browser, what does it mean? We have to make sure security NSG is enabled, right? It should allow access on port 80, correct? Now, if we check our Terraform, and here I don't think I have given this permission, I've only allowed port 22. Okay, so now we need to allow port 80 on this virtual machine. So let's go ahead, go back here, refresh this, Ansible Lab RG, and open the first virtual machine, and make sure we are using the right IP here. So let me go to the terminal, and 84. Okay, guys, have you started this? Okay, yes. What happened? Okay, this works, but it's giving so many details. Why so? Just give me a moment. Ansible -v -m nginx y. Okay, it works. No worries. Okay, so we look into that. But before that, so let's go and here and perfect. Let's go to the security group. Sorry, NSG, and we will add the inbound rule and custom HTTP, right? We give name port underscore 80. Save this. Perfect. Let me copy this IP address. Let's go here. Then type HTTP. Well, guys, now this is working, right? Guys, please let me know if you're able to see this. Imagine, right? Just using one command, we are able to install the Nginx. All right? Is this powerful? Very powerful, right? Perfect. Now, what we see here, so this is changed. Okay, again, this is installed the Nginx. Okay, let's not edit this. I will explain this when we run the playbook. That time it will make more sense. Okay, let me close this. And okay, so now again, if you want to start the Nginx, stop the Nginx, right, we can do all those things. Now let's quickly go ahead and you can stop it and start it. Okay, anyways. Now let's say if you want to, okay, let's do one thing. And okay, maybe I think it's good to try. Okay, now let's go ahead and get this virtual machine IP and go to our inventory.ni, and let's create here another group called db and paste this. And now we are going to, let me clear the screen. Now we're going to see the disk uses on our database server. Now you know, right? It's happened most often. So when we have the database on our virtual machine, so it's consumed the storage, and sometimes we see database is not working. So we have to go and check the storage. What means how much storage is available, right? So again, for that you don't need to write the playbook. Simply you can go ahead and run this command. What this command is, Ansible db and inventory -i cell df -h, right? This command what we use. Now this is going to run on the db, correct? Now we see we have these details. And similar, we can run these many commands. Now let's go ahead. Now what we have here in our inventory.ni, we have the two group, right? One is the web, another is the db. Now for the both of this group, we wanted to see host name of this. Okay, so again, using the cell module, you want to see the host name. Hit the enter. So what is the host name for the DB? This is Ansible minus VM2, and for first one Ansible minus VM1, right? This is what we have seen. Again, if you want to, let's see who I am, right? We can run this command, and this is very simple. Now you see on the DB, right? We only trying to see which user we are using, correct? We are using Azure user. Guys, so far so all clear, all good. Type good in the chat box. Perfect. Now let's quickly see when we should use the ad hoc command. Okay, anyways, we are going to learn the playbooks. Okay, then you really get idea about the when to use the playbook, when to write the long playbook, and when to use the ad hoc command. Let's just quick recap. Okay, so when you use ad hoc command, so when you want to do one time task like installing some software, right, testing something, debugging something, right? In that case, we should use one-time task. Okay. When you want to build something reusable, then we should be using Playbook. When you want to write a complex configuration with variables and the handler, we should use the Playbook. What is handler? We will understand later. Again, if you want easy to readable documentation in your workflow, as we know, when we write the playbook, it's very simple. We are going to write couple of playbooks. You will understand, right? So you should use the playbook. Okay. Again, when you're going to do automate with the CI/CD, in that case, you should write the playbook. And the next week, we are going to understand this whole CI/CD using Azure DevOps. So just to give you an idea when to use ad hoc command and when to use playbook. Okay, guys, this all good, all clear. Type good in the chat box. Now we will move to the next topic. We are going to write our first playbook. Super. So first thing first, let's understand why playbook is needed. Okay. So as we already know, we can use ad hoc command like if you want to debug something, right? Or you can say simply if you want to turn on the light, right? Do this and that's all. Okay, this is just one shot, right? So if you want something fast, spontaneous, great. For one of tasks, go ahead and use the ad hoc command. But if you want to build something reusable, if you want to create the blueprint, right, something repeatable, then we should use the playbook. Now, what is the playbook? A playbook is the YML file, a YML file, as I said. And in this YML file, we describe what exactly you want to automate. Like you want to install Nginx. Then you want to clone your application from the GitHub. Then you want to configure database of your application DB, right? So we automate in this playbook. Again, when we do this automation in the playbook, we make sure things are in order. Like when you install the Nginx, after installing the Nginx, you have to make sure Nginx is started, right? You should not start the Nginx before Nginx installation. You have to make sure the playbook what we are writing, these are in order, right? Then again, we have to make sure on which server, right? And for that, we know what we use. You use our inventory.ini, correct? For that, we need inventory.ini. And then we will use again the privileged. So is this command or is this module need the sudo user, or can it run with the simple user, right? So this is all what we do in our playbook. So how playbooks looks like, let's understand this. So playbooks looks something like this. So as I said, what is playbook? A playbook is made of one or more plays, and each play tells something to do to the Ansible. What is the playbook? Playbook is made of one or more play. What is the play? Play means doing something, right? Playing something, doing something, right? So it's made of one and more play. And here what you see, this is the one play. This is one play. This is doing one task. We are going to write the multiple plays, okay, in our playbook, but this is example of the one play. And here each play tell Ansible to do something. Now let's understand how to write the playbook. And when we write the playbook, what is meaning of each and every attributes here. Guys, again, please focus and try to understand. As a DevOps engineer, you will be doing only and only one thing in the Ansible. You know what? You will be writing the playbook. Your application team, they will give the application like the epic book with the set of the instructions. Okay, hey, this is my epic book application. Please go ahead and deploy on the AWS or Azure VM. Right? They will give the set of instruction. Right? And then you have to go and understand those all steps. Then you have to write the playbook. So this is your job, right? So writing a playbook is your job. It's very important for you to understand how to write this playbook. Guys, if you are with me, focus, type focus in the chat box. Very important. You need to understand this in detail. Perfect. Again, there's no rocket science. I'm going to explain you how to do copy and paste. Okay. But before that, at least you need to understand, right? What is meaning of all these attributes? So first, we have the host. First, when we write the playbook, we define the host, and you need to know where you want to do something, where you want to install some software, where you want to configure some software. For that, you need to know the host, and this is what we define here in our Ansible playbook. So we give a keyword called hosts, then we type the host group. Here you see what is the host group, our wave, right? And by this time you already know, right, how this looks like. So what we are saying on this IP, on this server, okay, I want to do something. So this is my host. Now in this host, we have the task. On this host, I want Ansible to perform something, and that is called task. What is the task? Task is the list of things to do in a order. So here we have how many tasks? This is tasks. How many tasks? We have two tasks. One task and another task. So what I said? Task is the list of things in the order. So what is the first task? Install Nginx. What is second task? Start the Nginx. Now here you see we have also a name. Here you see we have the name. Again, here you see we have the name. Now what is this name? Each and every play has the name. This is a one play, it has the name. This is the task, the first task, it has the name. The second task, it has the name. What is the name? Name is human readable label for your play and task. So what we are saying here, install and start the Nginx. So this is human readable name, and this is something you decide. When I'm writing this play, so I have written install and start Nginx, or you may write this something install and configure Nginx. Okay, so this could be anything. You can write your own way. So as I said, this is human readable label. Okay, so when I give this playbook to any of my colleague or publish on the internet, people will understand what exactly this play is designed for, what exactly this task is designed for, what exactly this task is designed for. This is for installing the Nginx. This is for starting the Nginx. So when you are writing the play and the task, always give meaningful name. Perfect. Now we understood the play, task, this name. What next? Next is the become. So you need to decide the play what you are going to write, which permission it need. If you need the sudo permission, elevated permission, then you can use the become and yes. If you don't want, you not need to even add it there. Next, how Ansible will connect to your server to run this play. For that, you need to give the remote user. In our case, we are using Azure user. And we already understood this. Now, what next and most important, module. Which module you should be using for the each task? Now, if you see here we have different tasks, right? For this task, we are using a module called apt, and for this task, we are using a module called service. Now, if I assume everything should be super clear, right? Everything is very easy to understand, but it must be coming in your mind, Pravin, how do I know which module to use and where to get this module? Guys, if this is coming in your mind, type me in the chat box. And there is no rocket science. It's very simple. Okay, as a DevOps engineer, you have to go and find the documentation of Ansible, and everything is available. And only what you need to know, what you want to do. Only what you need to know, what you want to do. So if need to install the Nginx, then as a DevOps engineer, and as you know the Linux already, you should know to install the software, what we use apt. So apt is the module. Now, if you want to start the service, so what system util do we use? We use service, right? Systemctl service, correct? If you want to copy the file from one source to the another source, so what we use copy command, right? So these are the modules. Now question is, where you can find these modules? Very simple. As I said, go and type Ansible modules and it will open this document. So type Ansible modules is going to open the document and everything is available here. Now, if you see here you see how long this document is. Everything's available here. So if you want to learn the Ansible, if you want to become master of it, you have to spend a lot of time over here. So do you go and read all this document? Not at all. But you should at least go through couple of modules in the details to understand how module works and how this document is structured. So let's understand with the example. Let's say in our current play, we are going to use the apt module, right? So what is the syntax, how to use it? For that, we'll go on this document and type apt, hit the enter. Okay, now you see here we have apt package manager module is here. Open this, and here all details is given over here. So I will highly recommend, please go ahead and read these modules and similar couple of more module to really understand how this module is structured. What are the different parameters we pass when we use these modules? And if you scroll down, you will see we have the sample example given over here. You see how to install the Apache. So what I did, I just copied it and went here and put it here, and that's all. So only what you need to know how to use it, that's all. Now you see, right? So name, you give the any name, whatever you want to give this name, right? So apt is module, the name, what module name is Apache 2, and state I want to be present. Same thing I did over here. Did I do anything else? Do I need to do some engineering here? No. Just you need to do copy and paste. So all these details are available over here. Now let's look at another example. Let's say I want to copy file from one location to another location, right? Go and type copy module. I need to go back, right? Then type here copy. Okay. This is just read it, right? At least there should be some meaningful name. Okay. Now you see copy file to the remote location. This is what we want, right? So open this again, read through it. If you go in the example, here we have example given, right? What is copying file with the owner and permission, right? What is the module? Copy. Then here we have the src from this location and this file on destination, this location with this name, and this will be the ordered, this will be a group, and this will be the permission. Okay, copy this, paste this, and make sure this is all present, right? And it will work for you. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Now you know where is the module, how to go there, how to get it, and how to use it. Perfect. Now, this is how we write the module. Sorry, this is how we write the playbook. Okay, and there's nothing else. There could be, okay, there could be some more parameters here. Okay, if you go and start reading it, you will see it. Okay, some of them we are going to use as per our needs. Okay, maybe something more here. Nothing else. This is the basic structure of writing the playbook. Okay, now question comes, how does Ansible know what to do? Okay, so that's where we said we have the module, right? So each play have the module, and this module is like apt service copy, right? And it will go and look at the module, right? And based on the module, is try to perform some task. Now let's go ahead and do this practically. So now we are going to write our first playbook. Okay, so let me close this, let me close this. And guys, so far so all good, all clear, type clear in the chat box. Now let me open the small document what I have created for you, a small lab. Okay, so let's go back to the terminal. Okay, now here, so now on this we have already installed the Nginx using the ad-hoc command. Now on this, which we have used as a DB, on this we are going to now install the Nginx using the playbook. So this is our task, what we are going to do. So let's go here and open the our inventory.ini. We already know. Now let's copy this and paste here in the web. Remove the, let's do one thing. Okay, I think something different. Okay, guys, very important. So we already know here Nginx is installed, right? Now let's change this to this as a app. Okay, now this is our second virtual machine, right? And now we are going to install Nginx on both of them. And for that, we are going to write our playbook. So, okay, now we have the inventory.ini. Now we need to create our playbook. So what we are going to do in the playbook, we are going to install the Nginx. Okay, so let's go to the terminal. And I have already created this. I was testing here. So let me delete this. No, this one. Okay, so in our same application directory, ansible.lab, we can go ahead and create the new file. You can give any name. So as we are going to install the Nginx, I'm giving name as install Nginx. And now here we are going to write our code. So again, it's very simple. Let me copy my code and let's go here and paste this. So what we are doing, name install Nginx, where on Ubuntu. What is wave? Wave is here, this IP, correct? Then, okay, now here let's do the host all. Okay, save this. Then become yes, and remote user, Azure user. So this user what we have used, correct? Let's go here, verify Azure user. Okay, then what is the task? We have one task, okay, ensure Nginx is installed using apt module. Then what is name Nginx and state is present. Okay, so now we have created our first playbook. Now let's go and run this. Now let's understand how to run this. So let's go here. Let me clear the screen. Let me paste here. And guys, let's understand this. It's very important. Now, when we were running the ad-hoc command, we use Ansible, right? But when we create a playbook, we need to run the playbook. Then we use command called Ansible-playbook. That is the only difference. Okay, so when we run ad-hoc command, we use Ansible, but with the playbook, we use the playbook. Then -i inventory.ini, of course, we need to pass where is our servers. Then we are passing the playbook name. What is our playbook name? Install nginx.yml. Guys, this is clear. Type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Now hit the enter. And now let's understand this output. And this is important for you to understand as a DevOps engineer. Now, you see here, so it was running the first play, install Nginx on Ubuntu server. So you see, this is the human friendly name that what we have written in our play, right? Install Nginx on Ubuntu. So this is saying currently I am running this play. Then this is running one task, gathering facts. And you see here, we don't have any task called gathering facts. what happened? So this is something we haven't written, but Ansible do behind the scene. Okay. So before doing anything on a remote server, is try to get some information, and is get really good information. And this information are really helpful. Okay. When we do advanced configuration, let's not go there. Okay. But you will understand once you start working in the real time enterprise environment. So what is doing is connected with the remote server and got some information. Okay. And if you want, we can use this information for the future automation. So skip this for now. Now this is connected with this server, and again this another server, right? Why? Because here we are using all, correct? And we know in inventory.ini we have the web and the app, and these are two IP. So it's able to connect the gather facts from those both servers, and is saying okay. Okay. Okay means it's able to do it. Okay. And it's changed nothing. Again, I will explain in a moment. Now let's scroll down. What is the next task? Next task is ensure Nginx is installed. So now this was the play, right? Within this play, it was the first task. Now what is the second task? Ensure Nginx is installed. Where this is? If you go here, ensure Nginx is installed. So it was running this one, and this name we see here. And here, what is did? So on the first server, what is this server? This is our 84, this one, wave, right? It's saying wave, this is okay. Means Nginx is already present. Whereas on the second server, 24, app 1, this is changed. Means this is installed. So Nginx was not there. And now you see this is example of idempotency, right? So what Ansible did, it first checks if Nginx is installed or not. As this is installed, it didn't do anything, right? It's minused itself. But if you are writing the shell script and the Python for this Nginx installation, then you have to handle this, right? You have to run a command to check if this is installed or not. If not installed, then installed it. If installed, then not installed it, right? So you have to handle this explicitly with your shell script or with your Python script. But in our case, what we did, nothing. Just we have written these 2 lines of code, right? And that's all. So this is idempotency features. Guys, if this is clear, you understood, then type understood in the chat box. It's very, very important. Someone will ask, okay? If you go for the interviews, people will ask, right? So this really great features, you should understand mechanism of it, how it works. Perfect. Super. So now we see this was already present on this. This is installed, right? And then here is the play recap. So in the whole play, what happened? Okay, is saying on this server, okay, there was 2 OK. First OK is gathering the fact. Second OK is installing the Nginx, right? Then 0 change, 0 unreachable, 0 failed, 0 skip. Whereas on this host, okay, 2 OK and 1 changed. Okay, so this OK, but finally if you see, right, is also changed and it was also fine, correct? There was no error. So this see OK is 2 and change is 1. Again, there is no error, anything. You can go ahead and again test. As we see here, it's already done. We can go ahead and test from the browser. But again, we need to go and add the port 80 to access it. Guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Or maybe shall we test it? Let's quickly test it as well. Okay. Let's go here. VM2. Okay, this already there. How this already there? I don't know. HTTP. Now you see this is working, right? Now guys, I have question for you. So if all good, all clear, you already said good. Now if I go and run again this command, what going to be happen? Nothing. Yes, it will do nothing. And to be precise, it will return okay, no change. Perfect. So this is what proves idempotency features of Ansible, right? Perfect. All looks good. Very nice. Now guys, here we are running, right, these commands, and imagine something is didn't work. We got the fail one. Then we need to debug it. How do we know what is working, what is not working? Then we can run this command in the verbose mode. Okay. So when you are running this command, let me make it a small bit so you can see it. Clear the screen. Okay. Here we can pass -v. Okay. So when it will run, it will throw some more information what exactly this is doing. Okay. Because this is already installed, right? It's not going to give more details, right? If you want even more details, you can give double B. So this is medium level verbose. Okay. Now you see on the screen is giving some more details, right? Now even you want even more, you can give -b because it's not running anything. That's why you don't see more details, right? So this is something you should be using as a DevOps engineer. If something didn't work, you need to debug it and you need to know what is failing, where failing, and what is happening. Guys, so far so all good, all clear. Type good in the chat box. Perfect. Super. Okay. Now let's go back to the slide. And now we are going to, what we have did, we have written our first playbook. Now we are going to understand how to write the multiple plays within a playbook. But before that, now let's look at our assignments of this week. So let's open the browser and let me explain it. Okay, I need to get it from somewhere. It's not coming by default. Here, and before that, give me a moment. I need to bring this. At the right location, and then I refresh this. Okay, now let's go to the week number 8. And here guys, we have the 5 assignments for this week. So what is the first assignment? This first assignment is about onboarding, setting up workstation, making sure you have the all standard configurations, setups on your local machine, and along with how to use AI, you have to go beyond the basics. So Guys, here, what I'm expecting now, everyone, guys, please try to understand. I'm expecting at this stage, you know very well how to use Chat GPT. Okay. And now you need to go a little bit at advanced level. Okay. And what I did here for these assignments, I have created some more information that we are not covering here. I have not covered. So my expectation is you will go and try to understand all this requirement and set your local environment following all these best practices. So let me quickly explain you. So here I've given a real world scenario. So imagine you are joining a team, they use Ansible at the scale. So they expect a consistent environment, clean commits, zero work on any machine. So your task is to bring your laptop or computer or remote virtual machine up to team standard. Okay. So what is the goal? Goal is to, when you are going to install the Ansible, you have to make sure, okay, you have isolated Python environment. So as we know, for the Ansible, you need a Python, right? But when you are running Python on your machine and you are using Python for the different purpose, right? So I want you to create the Python environment for the Ansible. So you should use Ansible from that particular environment. What is this? If this is confused, you're not able to understand. So here what I want, go and use chat GPT, okay, and try to understand, okay, what does actually this mean. Go and say, okay, chat GPT, hey, I joined the new company. Just go and give this. Okay. Hey, I joined the new company and they are saying me to install the Ansible in isolated Python environment. And they're saying do not no system pollution. What do I mean? What does they mean? How do I do it? Please go ahead and understand this. Okay. Once you understand this, then follow what I'm asking here. Next, make sure to configure YML and Ansible in your Visual Studio Code. Then again, make sure you have the SS key that you can use for remote server. Okay, the way we have did, go ahead, create the specific key you're going to use for your particular applications. Okay, make sure you have the Git and GitHub already installed. Okay, we have already done this in the past. Okay, then here I'm added Ansible.cfg. Okay, so you have to add some configuration here. I haven't covered this, okay? But now I want you to go ahead and read this. What is this Ansible.cfg? Why do we use this? What is purpose of it? Because if you are in the week 8 here, right, you already know, right? You have to go beyond the basics, okay? You have to learn something additional on top of that what you are learning. So go ahead and understand this. Somehow I have already covered but haven't mentioned this as a name of ansible.cfg. Go ahead, read it. Then you have to do those configuration. Okay, and of course create the readme and the checklist. Okay, again I have given some more details over here. So this is your first assignments. Guys, this is clear. Type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Now what is your next assignment? Next assignment is run ad-hoc command, and you have to create 4 virtual machine using the Terraform the way I did. Then create the inventory file the way I did, and again set up the passwordless authentication, and you have to run the ad hoc commands. Okay, let me open this. Again, I've given some real-time scenarios. Please go ahead and read that. Okay, and then you have to create this web app and the DB. Okay, provision VMs with the Terraform, configure passwordless authentication, then create this inventory file. Then I want you to run all this command. Okay, so you have to test the connectivity, who I am, check the uptimes, become, install nginx, then df-h and free. Okay, so you have to do that, and you have to submit your assignments. So this is your second assignments. Now third assignment is how to use multiplay, and now this is what we are going to do. Okay, so what I'm going to do exactly we need to do for this assignment. Okay guys, so far so all clear, all good? Type good in the chat box. Perfect. Okay guys, it's very important assignment. Okay, now this is completely we are going to do practically. Okay, so everyone please get rid of all distraction. Okay, and look at my screen. And now let me increase the font size of my screen so you can see it clearly. Guys, if my screen is visible, type V in the chat box, visible in the chat box. Perfect. So now what we are going to do, so now you see I'm in the Ansible folder. Now I'm going to create a directory called modular nginx. Okay, and what we are going to do, we are, please understand what we are going to do, we are going to create the Ansible playbook to install nginx and copy a application from the local system to the remote virtual machine and do the configuration of the nginx, then start it, and we will be able to access from the browser. What we are going to do, we already have the virtual machines, right? We have already created couple of virtual machines. So we are going to use this virtual machine. Okay. On this, we will install nginx, already installed, right? Then we are going to copy a application from my local machine, and we'll move that application here. And if we do the relevant nginx configuration, then we will try to access it. So this is what we are going to do. So first thing first, so let me make a folder mkdir modular nginx. Let me cd here modular nginx. And now here we are going to create the first things first, inventory.ini. Okay, so this is what we need. So let's go to our browser, not our Visual Studio, and let me close this. Let me close this, and this is modular nginx. Add the new file, inventory.ini, and let me copy this. And now here we need the IP address. Let's go to the terminal and copy this. Paste this. Okay, and all set for the inventory.ini. Right, guys? Okay, now let's quickly test this. Okay, if this is working, that's very, very important. Let's go step by step and we run this. If we are able to ping this, ping should be pong. Yes, we are able to connect it. Very good. Now, here, now we are going to, first of all, we are going to install the nginx in the configure the application. So let's go ahead and create this new file. Install nginx. Okay, let it be, no problem. Okay, now we know how to install the nginx. For that, this is a simple play. We are going to write this. Okay, nothing need to be explained. You already know this. So if you go and now run this, Okay, perfect. Let's not run this. Okay, now we have this our first play, and this is already working on our this virtual machine, right? We already know. Guys, so far so all clear? Type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Now here we are going to create our application directory. Okay, so now we make mkdir files. Okay, and now in this file we are going to clone our application that we have used inside the Azure while doing the Azure and configuring the static websites. So let me go to the browser. Let me show you. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this repo. Okay, and now you know this repo has index.html file. We need this index.html file. How do we get it? We're going to clone this. Let's go here. Okay, and now we are here. Go to the files, right? And now in files, I'm going to clone the whole application. Git clone. Guys, understand? Okay. Now what we are doing in this lab, we are cloning manually. Okay. In the next lab, everything is going to automate it. Okay. So let's go step by step. So clone this. Now this is cloning. Now you will see we have here Azure dot statics dot websites. Now what I want to do here, let me clear the screen. ls minus al. Okay, I want to move index file from here to here. Okay, cp Azure index file, copy here. This is what I need. Okay, then rm minus rf Azure. I do not need this. Clear the screen. Go to the browser. Now you see in the file we have index.html. Okay, so we have around this 400 lines of the code, 500 lines of the code in the index.html file. Okay, now what we want now, we want to deploy our application, right? So what is the first play? Index.nginx. First play is about installing the nginx, right? Now we are going to add here second play for what? Let me copy this line by line so you will understand. Deploy a static website content, right? Where host, which one? Web, correct guys? Then become yes. Guys, now you see how easy this is, right? Why? Because what we did, we have installed the Ansible, right? And we also did the install the YML. Now if you go and hit the enter here, right, it's automatically flowing the indentation, correct? Now what is the next? We need a remote user, right? Just I type the remote, okay, hit the enter, right? Then our Azure user, right? We have already used it. So if you want to type yourself, go ahead and type this, right? Otherwise, we can also go and copy from the documentation, right? So I don't want to type here again and again. So let me copy. I have already this code, but I wanted to show you if you have all these plugins, so even you can type yourself. Let me paste this. Now let's understand what we are doing in the play 2. So here is our play 2. So now we are going to deploy static websites. Okay. And we have the two tasks. What is the first task? First task is copy custom index file. Then which module? Copy. And what is the source? Source is files index.html. Where is the files? Here. Files index.html. Destination where? On the my remote machine, right? Where www.html index.html location, then change the owner and group and this permission. Okay. And once you do that, then go ahead and restart the Nginx, then service, module, Nginx, restart. Right. So here we have the two play. What is the first play? Install Nginx, same as before, as we did. Second play, copy static HTML file from our local machine to the remote machine, then copying it and starting it. Guys, it's clear? Good. Type good in the chat box. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and run this. No, I'm in the .dot file, wrong folder, right? I need to go in the main, correct? Okay, clear the screen. Then install Nginx, install, right? And run this. And let's copy this and test. Go to the browser and we will see if this is working. It's showing only Nginx as of now, so it will take some time, right? So we see, so as Nginx was already there, right? So it's saying okay, okay. Now what is did is copied the index.html and we started the Nginx. Go ahead and test this, refresh this. Wow, this is working. Perfect. Guys, please go ahead and test it and let me know if you are able to access it.
So there are two questions actually. Why do
There
you have more?
mode, we need to change the permission, right? So this we have already covered in the Linux. Okay, who is asking this question? So you should go and watch the Linux session. Okay, so and this is not new. So when we are deploying our application static websites, we did multiple times. Okay, maybe you are new here, so I will highly recommend please go ahead and watch the Linux session. Working, guys? Perfect. Guys, I know this kind of questions come to your mind and intentionally I skip this, okay? Because if I would like to again explain this again and again, right? So it will take a lot of time. And this is not new for you. Means you have done maybe more than 10 times. So people who are from the beginning of this cohort, okay, and you are deploying the applications, you have done more than 10 times. You have understood this in very details, especially in the AWS section when we are deploying the static websites, not in the Linux itself, right? In Linux section, we have deployed our mini finance, right, guys? This clear why we're adding this permission in the group? Yes? Let me know in the chat box.
Hello, Pravin. Hello.
Guys, if this is clear, perfect, super. Okay, guys, so now we have did it, it's working, okay? Perfect. Now, let me explain you the assignment. Now, this is your the 35 assignments, okay? Multiplay web deploy on Azure, okay? So here in these assignments, I want you to do two things. First things, I want you to deploy this application and also understand the module. I want you to spend some quality time on Ansible documentation and understand how module works. Guys, so far, so all good, all clear, type good in the chat box. Perfect. Now, guys, we are moving to the next topic. Let me share my screen. Deploy mini finance project using Terraform and Ansible. Now, what we are going to do in the previous project, here we have clone application from the remote. Then we have moved file from local machine to the remote machine. Okay. Now here, what we are going to do, we are going to clone application itself from the GitHub and automate everything with the Ansible, even including the VM creation. Guys, looks interesting. You excited? Type excited in the chat box. And let me explain you what we are going to do. Okay, exactly in this project. Guys, this is very going to very interesting learning concepts for you. Okay, so please try to understand this. Okay. So we know in the past you have deployed the mini finance application many times, right? Mini finance application many times. Now, this mini finance application, sometime it deployed in the S3 as a static website. And we have also deployed this application in the virtual machine, right? Now, this time we are going to deploy the mini finance application in the virtual machine. So what do we need? So first things first, we need a virtual machine, right? Guys, here, what I'm trying to show you, we are going to combine our previous week learning and this week learning together. Okay. So you will understand how to use this in practically. So using Terraform, we are going to create the virtual machine. Again, within the Terraform, we will set up passwordless SSH. We also allow port 80 for HTTP because we know our mini finance application, we are going to access on port 80. So again, this we will do. In the previous sessions, what we have been doing manually, we have been adding in the network section, right? But this time we are going to automate it. So using the Terraform, once we will set up this virtual machine, passwordless authentication, enable security group, then using the Ansible tool, we are going to set up our mini finance project. And to set up this mini finance project, what do we need? We need NGINX, right? Then we need to clone application from GitHub, right? Then we need to do some setup, some configuration inside our nginx.config, right? nginx.config, correct? Then we need to restart our nginx, correct? So this is what we are going to do now. Guys, so far so all clear, all good. Type good in the chat box. Okay, guys, a quick notes, quick information. Okay, I know some of you are joining in between this cohort. So if you are, so you have these small questions, right, which have already answered, and we are doing all those things from the long back. Okay, the permissions mode, what you have seen here. Okay, so this we have been done more than 10-15 times in the past, and this all explained in the very detail. So no worries. So if you are here getting confused, okay, so you can go ahead and register for the next cohort that we are going to start sometime in the mid of the November. Date is not decided. If you're able to follow along, please follow along. Okay. So please, that's something keep in mind. And problem is that if you can sit here and try to explain what we have covered in the Linux, that was the second week of our training. Okay, it's become very difficult. So sometime intentionally I skip some of the questions because I don't want to stuck. We have to cover a lot today. Okay, and every day we have very packed agenda for the day, right? A lot of theory, hands-on. So you have to move, otherwise we will get stuck. We'll start answering all of your questions. But your co-mentors are here. If you have any question on this topic, okay, then type there. Your co-mentors are replying to your answers. I see they used to reply it. Okay, so I don't stop and interpret. Don't stop, because some people have the questions. If you have the questions, so type it there. Your commenter is going to write there, explain you there. Okay. Perfect, guys. All good? Type good in the chat box. Perfect. So let me open my small document, what I have created. And for that, I'm going to create a couple of folders, and everyone, please try to understand. It's very important, very important demo of day. Okay? Because we are combining our previous week and this week learning. So MKDR mini finance project. I will CD to this mini finance project. Okay, let's go to our Visual Studio. Let me close everything. And here we see our mini finance project. Now here, I'm going to create two folders. One folder for the Terraform, another folder for the Ansible. Okay, got created. Now, in each folder, I'm going to create couple of files using the touch command, Linux touch command. Let me clear the screen. Again, all these commands we cover in the Linux, right? So this is nothing new for you. So here, you're going to create touch terraform main.tf file. We know we need this for the Terraform. Then variable.tf, then terraform.tf var, then terraform.output. Correct? This file we need. Now for Ansible, we need two files, right? Which files? One is for the playbook and another is for inventory, right? So inventory.ini, correct, in Ansible, then web server installation.yml, correct, for the Ansible. Created. Go to the editor, and here we see Ansible, Terraform, and Terraform we have all these files, Ansible we have all these files, correct? Now we are going to populate all this. Okay, so let's start with the Terraform. So let me close this. And Terraform, go to variable.tf and let me paste this. Of course, I'm not going to explain this because you already know all this, right? Now in variable.tf, I'm going to paste this one. Then main.tf, this one. And after that, output.tf, this one. This one. Okay. Now guys, before that, let me tell you one thing. Now this is the assignment number 36. Okay, you have to deploy a mini finance project using Terraform and Ansible. Okay, so now what I'm doing, this is your assignment number 36. So let me open this. Here again, I have explained this, and what I'm doing, please try to understand this. Okay, this is very important for you. Terraform, apply, all those things, right? Okay, perfect. Now let's go back. Okay, this is set. Now let's go and create the, okay, now all good for the Terraform. Now let's go to the Ansible. Let me close this. Okay, now here we need to add the IP of our virtual machine, what we are going to create this. And then I have also code for our web server installation that I'm going to explain it. Okay, why? Because we are learning engine Ansible, right? So this need to be explained, not Terraform, because you know the Terraform, right? The things we have already covered that not need to be explained. That's something new, right? That need to be understood. So understand this. Very, very simple. What we are doing? What is our first play? Install and start the Nginx, right? Where web? Where is the web? Here. We don't have the IP yet. We are going to get the IP. Then we have the two tasks: install Nginx, then start and enable the Nginx. Now we have the next play: deploy mini finance website. Web, yes, use sudo. Then we have two tasks here. Try to understand. Okay. First task, okay, clone the mini finance project from the GitHub. And now you see, this is our repo. This is the destination. So we are saying use this repo and on my this virtual machine where web on temp mini finance clone this application. So once this get cloned there, then we are copy website content to web server root. What is the web server root? You already know, right? In the Linux, you have already understood. In AWS, Azure, you have did this multiple times. So this is not new for you, right? So what is source? Temp mini finance copy where? Where www.html. That's where Nginx keep the web server codes, application codes, right? Now, of course, to make sure we are able to run this, right? Then we need to change the owner and group to www data. And also we need to change the permission, right? And this is what we did here. Now, once we clone this and put the application source code in here, then we need to configure the Nginx to serve this static file, correct? And for that, we have the next play. What is the next play? Configure Nginx to serve the website. Okay. Again, host web become yes. Then what is the task here? First task is, only one task is overwrite default Nginx configuration file. And we have did this, right? So in Nginx, we have the very long configuration. And if you remember, we have replaced that, right? So we're replacing with this content, right? So what we are saying? So we are saying this is our root directory. Listen on the port 80, and this is my index.html file, right? If something is not found, maybe run 404, okay? And again, users group and modes we are setting up here. And once we do that, then we're going to restart the Nginx because we have done changes in the Nginx configuration file, right? Then we need to restart this. So we have these three plays in this playbook. Guys, if this is clear, making sense, you are able to connect the dots, type MK in the chat box. Perfect. Very good. Now, let's go here and ls, clear the screen. Now we are going to the Terraform. Okay. And from Terraform, you know we need to do the Terraform init and Terraform apply, right? So, Terraform init. In the previous times, I was not doing Terraform init. Why? Because this was already on my system, right? And yesterday I was playing with that to show you this demo. So it was already there. So because of that, I not need to do the initialization, correct? Now Terraform apply minus auto approve. Now if it will run successfully, do the finger crossed. Okay, now again see the same problem. Okay, dot bash.rc. Okay, clear the screen. I run this. Okay, so if it will run, we will not get any errors. Then we will get the public IP, right? And that public IP we need to paste here, correct? In this our inventory.ini. And then we will run our Ansible. But guys, if you start automating everything, okay, so again, the IP what we are going to get from the Terraform, this part you can also automate to dynamically go and put IP over here. And I have given this a small task for you if you are able to do as a optional in your this assignment. Okay. But anyways, in this assignment, as I said, I have given if you are able to populate it, okay, dynamically. Okay, so do it. If not, no problem. In a way, when we go and do CI/CD, okay, and next week, then we have to do it. Okay. Now this is still creating. And when this will run, then we'll go and run our playbook and do the finger crossed, okay, because there's so many things we are running here. I hope this will work. Now, guys, here, this is assignments, right? Okay, I'll explain this. Now we got this public IP, and let me copy this public IP. And paste here. Let's go back. We need to go in the Ansible, right? Clear the screen. And from Ansible, we need to run our playbook, correct? Let's run this. And hit this. And again, we need to do the yes. That's one important thing. Right now, you see this asking for this yes. Now, again, this is a small task for you. Go ahead and search on the Google, okay? If you are doing some application configuration, SSH to the remote machine with the Ansible, okay? How to skip this fingerprint, okay? It's very simple. You search in the Google, ask with the ChatGPT, it will help you, okay? So do this a small task, okay? Miss little bit try to solve this kind of problems, right? So that's where your learning will come. For me, it's very simple, okay? I will go ahead here, pass a small command in front of this commands, okay? Ansible playbook, it will done. Also, in our configuration file where we have all this ansible.cfg, we can put one line there, okay? Then it will not ask this. Anyways, let me give this. And now let's go and okay, get the public IP and see if it's working. Anyways, it will take some time, but we are going to test it. Now I know some people have some questions. Okay, I'm going to answer your questions in a moment. Nothing works, of course. I think still, and even install Nginx is not installed, so this is expected. Now everyone, please try to understand. Now maybe some of you are thinking, Pravin, to do this assignment. To do this assignment, right, I have to write the Terraform. I have to write the Ansible. Where is the code? Guys, for the Terraform, writing the Terraform configuration, you not need the code. At this stage, I don't want you to give the code. If I will give the code, you will not become engineer. Okay, you will start doing copy paste. I don't want to do the copy paste. Either go and use the Terraform what you have created in the previous week, or go and refer to Terraform registry, Terraform documentation. So I want you to write yourself. First things, guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Now, second, Pravin, can you give me the Ansible configurations? What you have written the playbook? Guys, no. Again, if I can give you, again, you do copy and paste. You will not learn. Now, what I want, you can go and watch this video later, right? And what you are doing is very simple, right? You have to go and refer Ansible module. This is what you need to do as a DevOps engineer, right? You have to look at this documentation. If you're not able to look at the documentation, not able to copy and paste code from there, then this is completely meaningless for you to become a DevOps engineer. You never become DevOps engineer. So here I'm giving you the path where to go and get the details. Where is the documentation, right? It's easy for me give this code to you. But you know what happened after 3 months? End of this course, you will say, I have spent my 3 month, 3.5 month, and I learned nothing. Literally, you will learn nothing other than copy and paste. Okay. So I want you to go and write yourself. It's very simple, right? If you look at here, what I did, we are doing this multiple times today, right? Just using the module, which module? APT module, install the Nginx. That's what you need to know. Now we are using Git module. What? For the clone. So this is something we need to learn, right? Then again, copy module. I have shown you, correct? Next, service module. That's all. These 4 modules, all done. If you're not able to go and navigate on the Ansible modules, then there's a big problem. Guys, please go and do your attendance. And looks like it's working, all done. Finger crossed. Let's see if this works. I'm not sure if this works. Okay, looks like I have something wrong here. HTTP. Yes, it's working. Super. Fantastic. Guys, this is power of the automation, right? What we did with our script, we made it working everything in just 10 minutes, right, guys? You not need to go and navigate on the Azure Management Console, create the resource group, virtual machine, NSG, nothing. We did it, right? Then we use Ansible to run all these manual commands and you missed something, right? Start debugging it. All is working. Amazing, guys. This is power of automation. And this is what you will be bringing for your organization as a DevOps engineer. Perfect, guys. Super. Now, please do your attendance. And once you complete your attendance, then we will take our lunch break. And after that, we're going to cover a very important topic, how to make this modular. You see, we have written this 64 lines of code just to deploy a static website. But your next assignment is deploy your epic book monolith application. You have database, right? Web server, so many configuration. If you go and start writing this, it will become 300 lines of code. It's become very difficult, right? So we want to make this completely modular. That's where we will learn Ansible module, and this is called roles inside the Ansible. Okay, guys? Guys, all good, all clear, type good in the chat box. Okay, In the meantime, guys, if you have completed your attendance, please done attendance as well. Then we are going to take a break. And before that, I need to clean everything. No, I can clean later, no problem. Because we have some more demo as well. And let's go for our lunch break. Then timer for 35 minutes. Guys, are we ready for lunch break? Yes. Perfect. Super, guys. So let me refresh this and go ahead, complete your lunch. And once you are done, see you in next 35 minutes. Okay. Thank you. Bye bye. Hey guys, welcome back. If you are back, type back in the chat box. Perfect, super. Okay guys, so okay, perfect. So everyone guys, if you're with me, type focus in the chat box and let's get started. Okay. So guys, let me know in the chat box what you had in your lunch. Bread, omelette, focus in your lunch. Mubarak. Rice curry, roti, fried aloo curd. Okay. Focus, bits and bytes. Okay. Rice, fish curry. Oh, super. Roti and aloo sabji. Butter chicken. Oh my God. Butter tandoori roti. Great. Oat porridge. Okay. Maybe morning time, still breakfast time, porridge. Can't eat or I will be sleepy. Okay. Roti and aloo rasa. Okay. Great. Super. Okay, guys. Perfect. So good to have food and we need some break when we're doing long sessions and good time to eat. And we eat, our mind sometimes works better and sometimes also put in the sleep. So it has some good impact and the bad impact. But anyways, this is needed. We cannot skip this. So let's go to our next topic. Now we are going to understand the role in Ansible, and this is nothing but a module. Okay, so we're going to create modules for our playbook. So this will be reusable. But before that, let's understand that uh, what happened when our playbook is growing, right? So currently, what we have did, we have deployed our mini finance application, right? So when we have deployed this mini finance application, so what we did, so we have installed the Nginx, right? Then I started enable Nginx, then clone the application from the from the GitHub, then copied the content to the web root directory, then override the default Nginx configuration, then we restarted the Nginx, right? Now what we have noticed, we have around uh, it was around 100 lines of code, right? Let's quickly look into that. Yeah, around 67 lines of code. Now you know this is a small and simple application. But what happened when you start working with a real-time application? Then there will be a lot of things, right? What could be the different things what we add in our playbook? So you will not be only installing Nginx, right? You have the Node.js, Git, and a number of the tools, right? You need to set up the firewall. As of now, we have not been setting up any firewall in our current applications, but we do the firewall setups. We will have the environment specific configuration. Okay, currently you are just doing as a sandbox, right? But in the practically, we will have the multiple environment. We will have the templates for the configuration, okay, that we are going to cover in a moment. But you will have the different templates for the different environment. We need multiple types of the servers across multiple environment, right? And once we start working on all these requirements, so this is not about the 100 and 200 lines of the playbooks. It will grow 1,000+ lines of code, and then we will have a lot of problem, right? What could be the different problems when our playbook grow with 1,000+ of the lines? So couple of them we already know, right? Hard to read, right? It's become hard to maintain. It's become hard to reuse and hard to collaborate, right? So now we need to solve all these problems, and for that we are going to use the role inside our playbook. But before that, one of the most important things always we should focus as a DevOps engineer, reusability of our configuration. And this is what we are going to focus, at least here, emphasize with the role. So what is the role inside the Ansible? So role is the self-contained unit of configuration. Means if you want to install the Nginx, then create a playbook that's only take care of the Nginx. When we need to install, let's say, Node.js, then create a small playbook that will take care of the node installation. When we have to clone and configure the application, right, mini finance, right, mini finance, then create a playbook that will only take care of the mini finance application configuration, right? So what we are trying to do with the roles, we are trying to create the self-contained modular playbook. And when this will be modular, then this could be used by different team or even for you for the different applications. And also it help us organize our playbook as well. Now let's understand with a real example. How do we organize? How do we create playbook with our mini finance application? That what we did just before our lunch break, right? So if you see, when we were deploying and configuring our mini finance application, then there are we if you need to categorize all the tasks what we did written in this playbook in couple of groups. Okay, so one group could be common task, right? Applying the system updates, right? And installing some basic packages. So those kind of instruction can go in the common playbook, right? When we are installing a specific application, sorry, a specific tool, right? Nginx, right? So Nginx configuration, installation can go in the Nginx role. Then configuration, doing clone of the application, right? That will go in the another module, mini finance. And when we are setting up some firewall and something, so that will go in the different role, right? So simply, if you take example of the mini finance, right? So we can go ahead and create the four small playbooks, and those will be very specific for the different purpose and for the specific purpose. Okay, so that's why, and because of this, we need a role inside the Ansible. Now let's understand how do we organize and how does roles actually looks like when we work with the Ansible. So this looks very simple, and try to understand this. Okay, to create a roles, we use this command called Ansible Galaxy, then init nginx. Let's understand this. So here Ansible Galaxy is the again tool from the Ansible we are going to use to create the module called nginx. And we are passing this action called init. You know what this will do? It will go ahead and create a folder called nginx, and within this folder we will have all these different subfolder, and this folder will have some files. We will look into that practically. Okay, I will show you. Now let's understand importance of each of these files. Okay, and what is purpose of this? So as I said, when we use this command, it will create the nginx, and it has this different folder, and each folder has the different purpose. Okay, so first and most important folder is here tasks. And now you already guessed what will belong to the tasks. Guys, let me in the chat box, right? So when we are creating roles, we can say the modules, right? And in this module, you have different folder, and one of them is the task. So what kind of details will go in the task folder? List of apt. Good example, yes. Installation related steps. Exactly. So basically, task. What was the task in the playbook, right? So same task. So for the playbook, if you need to install the nginx, right, then we have written task for that, right? So that task will go in the tasks. If you see here, okay, so the main task of your role will go here in the task folder, like installing the nginx. Okay, so for the nginx, we need to install it, right? We need to start it. So all those tasks will go here in the task. So nginx task need to be installed, need to be start, need to be enabled, right? So core task of your role will go here in the task. Then here we have the handler. What is the handler? Handler is basically trigger when something change. Understand with the example. So here, when we have installed nginx, then what we did in the mini finance, we have configured nginx default configuration, right? And after that, we know nginx need to be installed. So we will put nginx restart task here in the handler. Okay, so handler is basically trigger when something change. Okay, now we have the default. Default is the place where we put the different variables. Again, you have the vars, and vars also we put the variables, but for the different purpose. So again, default, we will have the variables. Vars will have the variables, but this both folder defined for the different purposes. Okay, so default is for where you want to override those variables, and where we have the higher priority, we don't want to override it. I will explain this in a moment. Okay, but just to understand, in default vars we will have the variables, and those variables has the different purpose respective to these different files. Now we have the files and template. Again, both looks same. So in files, we put the static assets that we want to copy as it is from one location to another location, from your node, control node to the manage node. Whereas the template, this is a dynamic document where we use a Jinja called a template, okay? And then we will have the placeholder. I will show you example in a moment. So again, these both are for the files, but this design for a different purpose. And then what is the metadata? It's a data about your roles. What is this roles all about? What is this module all about? So this kind of information, we put it there. Guys, so far, so if this is making sense from the helicopter view, type MK in the chat box. Perfect. guys, as I said, this is very simple, right? Now you see, so here we have the Nginx role, okay? And what we have in Nginx role, again, this is nothing but a playbook, right? Then we will have the common role. There will have some playbook for the common software installation. Then we will have the mini finance role where we will have playbook for mini finance application installation and the configuration, right? And then how do we call this? So within our play, we will use the roles, and from these roles we will call the different roles. Okay, so first we are calling the common, then Nginx, then mini finance. Anyways, we will understand this in a moment. Okay, guys. Now let's do little bit deep dive. Okay, but once again, this is, see, don't get confused, right? Actually, what happened? Okay, now maybe you're thinking, okay, now it's becoming so complex, right? So first time when you are seeing it looks complex, but once you start using it, it will be so simple. And one thing, you not need to use all these folders. Okay, but yeah, let's quickly understand this. Okay, so at least you know what is purpose of this different folder. Okay, guys, you are with me? Type me in the chat box. Perfect. So let's start with the first task. Okay, so what is the task? So task is the heart of role. Again, here in the task, we will have the main.yml inside the task, and where you write exactly what you have been doing in your main playbook. Nothing, simple. The way we have written our first playbook, same task will go here in your task.main.yml file, and this will be created by default when we create our role. So what we are doing here, very simple. Install Nginx, then start it. Make sure this is running. Now next is handler. This is something new for you, right? What does it? It's react when something change. So it only run when you want to notify something. Now let's understand this with the example. Okay, so this is basically a handler that give you control on your execution. So handler is, this is gives you control in your execution. What kind of control? So see here. Now here in our role nginx handler.main, what we have written? Restart nginx, right? And now we are calling from where? This is in our main playbook, where we are copying our Nginx configuration. So when we are copying our Nginx configuration, right, then we change it. Right now we have changed the Nginx configuration. What does it mean? Now Nginx need to be started, right? So we are saying notify. Within this task, we are saying notify to whom? Notify to start Nginx here. And what this task will do? This will go and start the Nginx. Okay, guys, very simple. Don't worry if you're getting confused, but just try to understand. This is basically help you to put the task that something you need to execute if something happen. That's all. Well, now let's go to the next one. Default and variables. Okay, and both place we put the variables. Both contain the variables, but only difference is it has the different priorities. Default has low priorities, whereas VAS has high priorities. Now let's understand this with the example. So here you see roles, Nginx, default main.yml, and here what we put, nginx port 80. So I want to run my nginx on port 80, but maybe when you will run nginx, you want to run on port 443. So here we want you to change it. Okay, so here we allow in the default one, this could be overwritten. Okay, so here we put the variable that has low priority and we assume someone will go and change it. Whereas if you see in environment YML, we are putting nginx package name, nginx. So, so here this all role is about the nginx, right? So that does it really make sense to change? Not at all, right? So variable that not need to be changed, those kind of variable will go in the var.main.yml. Guys, is making sense? Type MK in the chat box. Perfect. Now quickly try to understand, okay, again, difference between files and the template. So as I said, files is a static and template is a dynamic. How? Let's understand this. So what happened in the files, we put the files that we want to copy as it is. Okay, so this is for file that not need to be customized. You don't want to customize, just you want to copy from one location to the another location. So those kind of files will go in the files. Whereas in the template, you want to change on the fly. You want to inject some variables from the var or maybe default into the file when you are doing the copy. So those kind of files will go in the template. Now let's understand with the example. So this is our static script, right? You see here what we are doing. Just we are startup script. We want to move to this location, right? So this will be copy as it is. Yeah, we're not going to change anything. Whereas if you see, this is your templates nginx.conf.j2. Okay, again, this is some detailed topics. Let's not go there. It's not needed for you as of now. So how this looks like? Your server listen, and you're saying nginx port as a variable, server name, right? Nginx host. So all these variables we want to get populated from the variables. So when you copy this, okay, then this variable will get replaced. Okay, so you understand, right, how this looks like dynamic. So imagine, just to give you an idea, right? So if you are using, let's say, this, and you copy, and for me here in this default.main YML, if I put nginx port 80, so for me it will be 80. If you put here 443, right? So this will become 443 for you, right? When this file get copied, this template. Guys, am I making sense? Type MK in the chat box. Perfect. Now, last is the meta. What is meta? Meta is data about the data, right? So this describe role itself. Okay. So who created this role, right? Author and description of the role. Okay. Platform compatibilities, dependencies, right? Those kind of things we put in the metadata. Okay. So if I'm created, let's say nginx role, I want to distribute within my team or maybe publicly. So I need to put, right, who is the author, what this will do, what is the compatible platforms, based any dependencies. So this kind of details go in the meta. Now, biggest question, okay, do I have to use every folder what we have seen? Not at all. In the most real world, okay, you will be using task. If you don't want to use anything, just go use the task is the simplest one. Once you are very comfortable with the task, you can start using the handler, because it's quite related. If some of the things is not need to be run every times, right? So those kind of things go in the handler. Of course, you need the variables. So those variables you can put in the defaults. If you want, do it. Don't want, it's fine. Then next folder you will start using maybe templates, all the files, depends what do you want. And the rest of things is you will use when you need it. Okay. So guys, if this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Now guys, this will not make sense unless and until we will do some hands-on. Okay. Now what we are going to do, we are going to repeat our this project, these assignments, okay, multiple assignments. Now we are going to make a role for that. Okay. And using the role, we are going to deploy this, our static application once again. Okay guys, if you're excited, type EX in the chat box. Do you guys remember what was the playbook we have used for this? No or yes? Maybe not. It's absolutely fine. Okay. But before that, so now your next assignment, last assignment of this week will be deploying your Epic Book application, of course, using Terraform and using Ansible role. The role of what we are understanding now, I want you to use this role practically. Okay. And then you can deploy this application on the AWS Azure based on your comfort and wherever you want. So this topic is important because this is needed for your assignment number 37. So let's go ahead and go to the terminal and let's go back and clear the screen. And here I want to make another folder called role based web server. Okay, let me make a new folder. Okay, mkdir, then I will cd. Let me copy this. Again, I have created this. Okay, now we are in the role based web server. Let's go to the editor. Let me close everything. Now we have this, right? Role based web server. And now I need to create inventory.ini first. Then let me put this initial configuration. And now we are going to, we need the web server, right? So if you remember, last time we have created the 4 virtual machine, right? And one of them is this one. So let's get this. And now on this one, we are going to install our application. Save this. Okay. Now we are going to, okay, now let me get the, okay guys, what I'm thinking, now instead of creating this, let's go to our the initial here itself, right? So this was our file index.html, correct? So let me delete this because everything is there, right? Move to the trash. So this is the index file, right? What we did, and we have the inventory.ini. So let's go ahead, change this with this IP, perfect. Now this is our initial playbook what we have created, right? So it has nginx play, then copy the index.html from the files, then we restart it. Now what we are going to do, we are going to create a module, two module, one for the nginx installation, another for the application configuration. Okay, so this is our initial module, right? Now what we are going to do, we are going to create the nginx module. Okay, so let me copy the command. Let's go here. Guys, all clear, all good? You guys are with me? I hope you're not getting confused. What we did, so this is what we have did, right? We made the, we have used multiple plays, right? And we have deployed our static website, correct? Now same you are going to use. Now this play, we have the multiple plays, right? Now we are going to convert this into the role. Okay, that's all. So we did here. Now we are going to create the role here. Okay, so Ansible Galaxy init and nginx role, right? And hit the enter. Now you see a role got created successfully. Now if you go here in the module nginx, you will see here nginx, right? You see you have the nginx got created, and we have all these files, folder default, files, handler, meta, task, right? And within you see you have the main.tf, right? We have all those details. Now what we are going to do here, we do a little bit arrangement here. Okay, so now we don't want nginx to be here. Okay, so we want to put our all modules in the role folder. So I will do mkdir and create roles. Okay, now I will move nginx to roles, right? Let me clear the screen. ls minus al. Okay, now you will see we have the roles, right? And nginx roles is in the roles, so it's little bit better organized, correct? Now what we are going to do in our, okay, now we don't want to run this at all, correct? The install nginx, let me close this. And now in the role nginx, here we go in the task and open the main, and here we're going to replace with the this code. Let me copy this and paste this. So here what we are doing now, we are installing nginx, and again we are copying it, but we can create another module for that, but just I'm trying to make it a bit simple for you. Okay, and then we are going to start the nginx, right? So this is our sequence. Perfect. Now what we are going to do now, in the files, right, we are going to move the files what we have here, correct? Because technically this need to be here, correct? So we will go and nginx, then the files, okay, and we will move everything here. So let me copy this. We have the multiple ways. You can go and just copy from here and put here, move. Okay, now we move this here in files, correct? And now what we are going to do, okay, let's do a couple of more things. Everyone, so module, now let me remove this because we are not going to use this at all. So delete this, move to the trash. Okay, now here we are going to create site.yml file, and from there we will call the our roles. Okay. Now inventory, sites, and here let me put this code. So now what we are doing, so set up web server using Nginx role, host web, correct? Then yes, remote this user, and what we are saying here, use the Nginx role. Now this is no, our role is present where in the roles, and the roles have the our in the task we have the yml dot main.yml, right? If you open this, now what we are saying here, we are saying make sure Nginx is there, then copy file index.html from file.html. Now here we not need to share the path because it's no, this file is present where in these files, then where in this location. Of course this is the owner and group permission, then restart this. Okay. Now instead of putting everything in the main.yml, sorry, in the installation, now we made it more modular, and going forward if you need to add another role, right, you can go ahead and add another role over here. Now let's see if this works. Okay, so let me copy this and let's go back. And meantime, maybe we need to go and change the NSG as well. Okay, but it is allowed. Perfect. Let's go back here. This is installing. This works. We will be able to access this from the browser. Okay, Nginx got installed. It's good sign. See here, it installed. Anuradha, yes, you can do similar. Okay, you can create the multiple roles. Okay, one for the web server. You see, you have the DB, right? So now you can create different roles for the different purpose. It's copying the index.html, and I believe this will work now. Perfect. Now you see this is working, right? This is done. Guys, was it interesting? Let me know in the chat box. Perfect. So, okay, guys. So now let me close this. Okay, close this, close this, close this, close this. Now this is your assignment number 37. Okay, so you have to use this role and deploy your Epic Book application. And guys, that's pretty much for today I wanted to cover. These are other things as well. We can go in depth, but I don't think at this stage you need this. So our focus is to learn more, practice more, rather than going and learning so many things and not owning this. Okay, instead of go slow by slow and only learn the things that's important. And here we have covered everything what you need at this stage of your DevOps role. So if you are planning to become a DevOps engineer, you should be very good in the creating the playbooks, running the ad hoc command, creating the multiple play, then understanding the roles, and that's good enough for now. And in the future, if you need anything, you can go ahead and learn this and become master. Okay, guys, so that's all for this session. Please turn on your video. Now we are going to wrap up our session. Now there is your attendance sheets. Please go ahead and fill your attendance. Guys, can I see some more faces? Don't feel shy, guys. Come on. Perfect. Now I'm also going to announce the champion of the week. Okay. So now we are ready with our next 5 champions of week number 5. And before that, guys, please go ahead and complete your attendance. Once you are done, type done in the chat box. Done? So, guys, long days, a lot of things we have covered. How is your feeling? Overwhelmed? Learning? Let me know in the chat box. It was great learning, feeling ecstatic, amazing, great learning, feeling super great. Still need to rewatch the video. Yes, this is needed. Okay, a lot of things, right? So you need to watch and you have to put all these thoughts together. Okay, so that's needed. Bit confusing, but need to watch it. Yes, totally makes sense. Nice session. Perfect. Okay, guys, I need one feedback from you guys. Okay, so let me quickly create the short poll. Learning methods. So, guys, if you remember what we did, as of now, when we are learning, we have tried two approach. One was coming live, okay, live session, the way I did today. So I come and share my screen, right? And the slides, start teaching the concepts, doing some hands-on, correct? And another things we have tried in week number 4, right? When we were learning AWS. What was the pattern? What we did? I came, then I have just explained you the basic concepts, right? What is AWS? Then we again have given some information about the IAM. Then I said, please go ahead and watch this 1 hour of the content, right? And this is the form. When you are watching it, then make sure to fill the details there so we know you are watching, right? Again, we come back, then we done a small revision kind of things. Again, we took the break. Again, we went to the new topic, VPC. Again, I have explained what is VPC, right? Why do we need VPC? And again, I said, please go ahead and watch this 1.5 hours of the content. While watching the content, please fill this, answer all these questions and come back. Again, we came back, right? Again, we done the revision, right? So I'm referring that session, okay? AWS live plus watching recording. So I wanted to know which one you feel was the best. Okay, why I wanted to understand that. So here's what I feel when I'm coming, right? And then I'm teaching. So what happened? It's very hard for me to cover everything because we have the limited time. right? So when I have to teach, when I'm teaching, I repeat some things again and again, and I try to make sure you understand. Okay. And sometimes, so the content that could be delivered in, let's say, 1 hour, that's take 1.5 hours. Okay. Whereas when we have this live plus watch recording videos concept, so where what I have felt, we have covered a lot. So if you remember in the AWS session, right, there was around 7-8 hours of the content. You all people watched it, right? And again, if you try to understand, when I record a video, right, then I make sure I'm covering most of the topics sequential way, right? So this is more organized. Whereas I'm teaching the live, I have my notes, right? I have my some demos, but still I miss something because we are the human, right? So I have to look these notes, right, here, there, and again, what is in my mind at the present that I'm delivering, right? So I a little bit felt like maybe live is not as informative as when we are combining live with rewatch. Again, this is my understanding. I wanted to know from you which one you felt it was the best for you. Okay. So I'm starting the poll. Please go ahead and vote it first. Okay. And then I would like to know more about this. Okay. Which one you felt the best? It should be your opinion. Okay. Because as by my opinion, what I felt in the AWS, we have covered a lot. Okay. Because I put so much information, right, and we combine both. So it was my understanding that was the best. But I wanted to know from you which one you felt that is good. Great. Now I see the poll here. Okay. So around 70% people saying AWS session was good, live plus watching the recording. Now, give me a moment. Please think around, why do you feel it was the best? You don't need to write now, okay? I will create a quick, a small form, okay? I wanted to know because I need to make a decision because now we are going into the Azure DevOps, Docker, Kubernetes. I have to cover so many topics. So I wanted to make sure I deliver as much as I can, okay? Rather than, because sometimes we need to skip something. That's what I say, okay? So that's why this is important for me. So let me create a quick form quickly. And still I only received 36 vote. We have more people here. Guys, everyone, please let me know your thoughts. We have 55 people. I need response from everyone. And just allow me a moment, guys. I'm creating the form. Guys, be very honest. Okay, this feedback is very, very important for me to know which method you like. Okay. let me publish this. Anyone can write this and take your time to reflect on this. So here I am sending the sorry, let me copy this. Come on. Okay, guys, now form is there. Please go ahead and let me know your feedback. One important thing also I'd like to tell you. I don't know if you have noticed, energy in the morning was a little bit low for me because there was something, it was very tough week for me because of some personal reasons. Other thing was because of those things, I was not able to complete the all assignments for you. So yesterday I was working till 2 p.m., 2:30 p.m. Sorry, a.m. in the morning. Okay, I never do that. So I was working on all those assignments to make sure this will be ready. Initially, I thought I will do it in the morning. Okay, and I went to the bed again. It was coming in my mind, maybe if I'm not able to complete it, then it's not good, right? So again, I woke up, came and completed it. I slept late. I woke up around again 6:30. I just slept 4 hours, and because of this, all those things, okay, my energy was low, and I was not able to give 100%, right? So again, if I know, right, again, I have those kind of flexibility, then we will try to use our week, right, our session in the most productive way, right? And again, if you know what is disadvantage of having the live session, right? So when you go in the live session for the 5-6 hours, so regardless of how is your physical health, how you are mentally fit today, right? You have to sit and get all those knowledge what your trainer, instructor is throwing blindly without caring your mental state, your physical states, right? So if you are sitting for the live session for the, let's say, 3 days, right? And then training is going to finish, and if you're not able to understand, then it's become completely meaningless for you, right? So that's where this recording way of learning come into the picture. So based on your comfort, right, based on your will, you can go ahead and watch those videos. But no, what happens again, so there is a different angle of that. So people become lazy, right? So they don't watch it, they don't learn it, right? So procrastination things started. But what I'm thinking, maybe you can mix this both, right? I want you to sit here, then watch it, right? So at least, even if you're not in good health, right, but at least you complete the 30%, 40%, right? Then you don't have to worry about the remaining 30%, right? At least 30% completed. Then you can spend some other times for completing other one. So again, this is my all thoughts. Just I'm reading the here. Everyone, please give your feedback. We have the 55 people. I need this from the everyone. Take your time, okay? We are not in hurry. And you can even edit the form, okay? So I want to collect this all details. Then we need to discuss with the other co-mentors and your community manager. I have enabled the editing feature, so you can edit it yourself. If you need it, you can add more things. And be honest and let me know what you feel, what is best works for you, and why do you think is best works for you. And this is a good approach, good way. I see very good feedback here, okay? One of person written, I would like if the recording link are shared in advance free night or before, so that some of us can watch them in advance as time permitting, because sometimes it's difficult to catch up with someone who is watching. I think this is gone. Scroll down, scroll up, and the two whatever was there. Okay, so it is now you see, correct? So it's very very good inputs, right? So if you know these kind of things, right, helping you, working for you, right? So we will try to accommodate all those steps. Exactly. Again, one person written during the live, there is chance that we skip listening or away from the desk. Okay, so we don't expect you go away from the desk, but we are the human, right? Again, if you're sitting here and your doorbell rang, right, you have to go and open it, and if you miss those particular uh, just for the 2 minutes, right, means you're not able to connect to the next topic. Very good. Okay, guys, please take your time. Okay, give me very good feedback, and this is going to help you and future cohort as well. So we'll try to adjust everything accordingly. Perfect. I see only 19 response, so I'm expecting everyone to uh, give me this feedback. It's very important for us. And now with these notes, now let's go to the champion of the week announcement. Week 5, everyone, please turn on your video if you can and put a smile on your face. Great work for the day. We are done a lot of work, guys, a lot of work. And 80% course is completed. Now we are only left with the 4 topics. CI/CD with the Azure DevOps, okay? Then Docker, Kubernetes, then observability. Everyone, please put a smile on your face. A smile, laughing. Yes, everyone. Perfect. Super. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Great. Great work. Thank you. Okay, guys. So I have the champion of the weeks. And again, some of name is actually, actually what happened last time when we opened the form, then I didn't ask for the first name. So people just give their name. Okay. And now we have to guess name of the people. Okay. So that is one of the problem happened with us, but no problem. Let's go. So from group number 5, we have champion of this week, Mandakini. Mandakini, you are here? Congratulations if you are here. Let me search in the participant if she is here. No, she is not here today. Okay. So she is from group number 5. So you all group 5 member, you can congratulate her in the Discord channel. So she has been champion of the week. Of course, she will get the certificate and also uh, in the here as well, guys. So everyone, please congratulate her. And this is big things, guys. You're putting a lot of effort, solving the assignments, right? And again, you all mentors, co-mentors, putting a lot of effort. Okay. So congratulations, good work. Next is the from group number 4, Syed Saleha. I think he's here. Yes,
Thank you,
sir.
sir. Hi, sir.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for this
Congrats.
opportunity to gain.
Great. Yeah, I have been seeing your comment a lot on the LinkedIn and again on the YouTube. Well deserved. Putting you a lot of effort. So
Thank you
congratulations.
all co-mentors to the help. For example, Pravin Pandey sir, it help us. And also the Abhishek sir, Manish sir, they help us a lot for my assignments. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, big thanks to the commenter. They put a lot of effort for reviewing your assignments, also being here, right, with you. So really appreciate. Great. Now, let's go to the next champion of the week. And again, she's very active. I know her, noticing her comment on the LinkedIn and the YouTube, and she's from group 3. Nikechi Anna. I think she's also here. Nikechi, you are here? If yes, please unmute yourself.
Yes, I'm here.
Congratulations.
I'm thank you so much. I'm so surprised. Thank you so much. My environment is not so good, so I can't play the video.
No problem, no problem.
Thank you. I really appreciate this. Thank you.
You are most welcome and congratulations. Super. Now let's go to the group number 2, CI/CD squad, and we have our next champion of the week, and she is, I think, if I understood, Anchido Teresa. You are here. If I pronounce your name correctly, Anchido Teresa Nanji. Congratulations. Let me see if she is here or he is here. Yeah, see, he's here. She's here.
I'm here, sir. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I wasn't expecting this. Thank you, sir. Thanks to our commenters. They're really doing a great job for us. I really appreciate this. Thank you.
Great. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Now let's go to the next and the last champion of the week from the week 5, group number 1. And he or she, again, I think this name is taken from the email, so it's hard to pronounce. Paulunche. So Paulunche. Paulunche, you are here. Please unmute yourself. And congratulations.
Hello.
Hello. Paul, how are you?
Thank you very much, sir. I'm fine, sir.
Great. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Yeah, he's group 1. Yeah. Okay. Paul is from the group number 1. Yeah, Manish. Yeah. Thank you so much. I think I have didn't use the right group name, but yeah, Paul, you are from the group number 1. Again, Manish was pointing out to me here. So congratulations. Great work, guys. Keep going, keep growing, keep rocking, and 4 weeks more to go. And trust me, you are learning a lot, what I see, what I feel, and this will reward you. And I think let's stop our day here. Any words,
Sir,
any things from anyone? Yes,
sir,
Pandey.
people are complaining about documentation part. It's hard and all these things. They're saying in chat.
Okay, so documentation is always hard part. Can we see the documentation of the champions so we can learn from them? Of course. So I think let me give you, I have some with me. Okay. So let me open the Anjana Mukherjee. So she was the champion of the week 1, week 0. Okay. And I have her document. Let me share here. Good point. Of course, we can share all those details to you. I think.
And Iquanu Vincent also have very good document and.
Okay. He was
Proof 4.
which week?
I have seen in last week. After that last week, I mean, every time he is doing very good. in
Okay,
documentation
okay.
part.
So maybe Pravin will share his document. Okay. Again, I can share document of Chinni. I think she also done the great documentation. Okay, of the week 1, week 0. Let me share here. And I think we don't have the link in, at least in my sheets where I see, but let me go in the week 1. Ferin, let me open her document. I think she has the highest point on that week.
Champions of the week also can share their document in their Discord channel, so all can see, right?
Yes. So if you want to share, you can see this is a Ferin document. I think it's very detailed document. You can see here. I see.
Champions means you have done extraordinary things, so that's why you are champion. So please share your documents to all people so they can get benefit of that.
Again, Pujan or Puyan, I think I don't know how to pronounce. In Finland, we call this Puyan, not Pujan. So his document is also good from the week 1. Sorry, week 1. Yes, you can look into that. I hope this answered. Okay, next week's the Diwali. When we have the Diwali?
In 21st, 21st,
Looks like on 20. And when
20,
we
20,
20, when we have the
20th.
next session?
So I think 18th.
Yeah, it's 18.
18th. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's do our week. Okay. So Anuradha, do you mean we need the vacation? What is your plan?
No, not like that. Little busy week. That's all. I know
Okay.
family, friends, and all
Ah,
coming over. Friend.
yeah, true. Yeah, I totally understand. Yeah. If needed, we can maybe take a break, one more 3 weeks if needed. But I think, yeah, let's complete this. Okay. So if you complete, anyways, we are sharing all those documents, all the recordings, right? So we need to complete this cohort, okay, and do something else, right? Start your preparation for the interviews, right? And maybe we see what else we can do for you people, right? Perfect. Now I think all document is there, and I think there is anything from, okay, Sonam document is also good. Manish shared. Let me share to you people again. Sujit document is also good. Okay, so let me share here. So yes, look into all those documents. You can also ask.
Meantime,
Yeah.
meantime, if anyone want to ask something or share something, please welcome. If anyone want to say something. Okay. Okay, sir.
Okay, 1 second, guys. Let me share one important things. Okay, just I notice here. So I have opened the Surajit document. Okay, Surajit. Okay, sorry. My God, what the document has written! Amazing, really amazing. It's an ebook. So well written. Great work, guys. You should must look into this document. Let me share my screen. Guys, you can see my screen, right? See, very well written, right? All screenshots, everything. It's 145 page of document. And I will tell you, there was the time your community manager, a co-mentor, we have been discussing, is this document is really needed? Is this all screenshots what students are doing, this is really needed, this is really worth? Okay, we had very long discussion and we come up with a conclusion, okay, based on our experience, this is much needed. So when you are creating this kind of document, right, so you are forcing your mind. Guys, everyone, please turn on your video. We are forcing our minds, okay, to do all those things in the conscious way. So when you are doing anything in the conscious way, okay, it has the longer impact on your learning. So this is not the document, okay, when we are asking do these assignments, okay. Yeah, Pandey. Sorry. So when you are doing, guys, I'm audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Sir, you are on
You are on mute actually, somehow.
You can hear me now?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
we
sir.
can.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. Okay, I don't know, something happening wrong here today.
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean what I was saying. So when you do all this documentation, right, you are doing in the conscious way, okay. So this will remain in your memory. It's very hard for you to forget, okay. So when you watch some video, right, what happened in the video? You are watching something, your mind is somewhere else, right? So this don't have the that much impact, okay. So we have seen a lot of we've done a lot of discussions, right, based on all those things you have decided. So don't think like this is wastage of the time, right? Some people feel, but you will realize this later, okay. So this is learning, this good way of learning. Yes, you are learning the presence as well. Great. Okay guys, I think let's stop here. I don't have anything much from my side. So if there's anything else from your side, please do share. We have the 1 minute, then we're going to stop the session. And all the best for your this week assignments. If you are stuck, need any help, do let your co-mentor know. Put your question in the Discord channel. Someone will come forward and help you out. Okay, guys. Thank you so much. I wish you great rest of the day and great rest of the weekend. Relax, have good time with your family, eat well, sleep well, and when you get time, try to complete all the
Goodwin,
assignments.
Goodwin, want to say something? Godwin? Have you
Yes, please go
raised
ahead.
your
Yeah,
hand?
thanks a lot, and thanks for the information you've shared so far. And truly want to appreciate the commenters for their amazing effort and every member of the cohort. A thought. Okay, I know the assignments are very, very okay in the sense that the assignment, the aim is to expose us to, you know, uh, and as in to expose us to real life situation and how it feels like working on a real network or live scenario. Also, another observation is this. I think the other part of it is also discouraging a number of us from going back to the materials to fully understand the concepts behind this topic. I know, for example, when we started, we aside from making use of the live session, a quite number of us also visit the Udemy, the Udemy course also, and that actually helps at the beginning or the early stage of this cohort. Unlike what we're experiencing now, the large number of assignments as soon as the session terminates on Saturday, what occupies our mind is how to get assignment done and send assignment out without a reflection of what is behind what we are doing. So I truly believe if we can reduce the number of assignments, though personal thoughts, and also you see how you can also try to uh, make us go back to what we've learned during the live session, use the Udemy so as to gather more knowledge to understanding the concept better, rather than just doing everything possible to get assignments submitted before deadline. I think that will help.
Okay, Godwin, very good point. Okay, and we have a lot of discussion on this. Okay, is yeah, it's very good you are sharing here. In the past, also we heard this. Okay, but now thing is that uh, okay. So to answer your question, right? So first things first, before jumping to the assignments, I highly recommend. Okay, after this live session, either go and watch this video one more times. Okay, maybe 1.5x, or maybe go on the Udemy and watch the recorded video there, right? That first things you are doing. And this is most important things you should do before jumping on the assignments. Okay. Now, of course, you have to submit your assignment, right? And then go for the assignment, right? Now, number of the assignment, right? So here yesterday when I was creating the assignments, okay, so Akash asked me, okay, Pravin, how many assignment do we have? Because I said, Akash haven't created it. I'm going to create it. I will make it available by tomorrow morning. Then initially I said 4. Okay. Then I end up creating the 5. Why? Because when I am planning for today's session, right, and the based on my experience, I'm not trying to skip the topic that's important for you. If you are completing this Ansible week, right? So end of this cohort, you should have really the knowledge that you need to perform some task. At least when you go in the interview, you can talk about, I learned this, right? And this is only come doing something. If I go and skip some of the important concepts, right, that you are not practicing, so technically you are completing the cohort, you're completing the course, you're completing the topic, but you're not getting the knowledge that is what you need. So this is always come in my mind, right? And as I said, we discussed many times with your commenters, right? We want to reduce, but what? Where? At the cost of what? At cost of your learning? So my idea is not to sacrifice at cost of your learning, right? So you should get everything. But now here is the things. I totally understand if you're not able to complete it. Okay. Anyways, we are trying to support as much as you can, right? Still, we know some people are submitting assignment the late, right? And we are not doing any sort of punishment, right? We are supporting as much as we can. But trust me, when we have the pressure, okay, we deliver better, okay? We deliver much as compared to without any pressure. So you all are putting a lot of time, a lot of efforts, and I know some of you had the job, right? Still you have to manage your job, manage this all assignments, all these studies, right? But trust me, after this next 4 week, okay, when you sit back and you reflect, okay, and you see you have done a lot if you did all the assignments, and then you have to spend less time for the revision rather than again going and covering the topics that is supposed to be covered and you haven't done it. We had also, from here again, I wanted to add couple of more assignments. Okay. And that I wanted to put as a advance. So you not need to do it, but this would be there if someone is able to go for the advanced topic. Now there is the Galaxy Ansible Tower where you can share your modules, right? Roles. Haven't covered this, but that you can learn later. But okay, again, I wanted to add some more assignments if someone want to go and study himself, okay, and able to do it. So my whole idea is to not make more, not make less, okay, trying to balance it. So keeping in this mind, okay, I'm coming up with these assignments, okay, and trust me, push little bit more. You have already done the great work in the last 8 weeks, okay. Maybe we have 2 weeks, we have the relaxed week, right? 10 weeks. Give me another 4 weeks, 5 weeks, okay, and end of the week, end of this cohort, when you sit back, okay, you will realize what you have learned. So this is my request from the everyone. Little bit, you did great work, pushing a lot, push little bit more, okay, and you will be amazed. You will be proud on yourself. I hope I'm able to answer you people question. Godwin, good, making sense.
Yeah, making sense. I appreciate your response.
Great, super. Yes, I see one hand raised. Please go ahead, unmute yourself.
Okay, Pravin, thank you for this opportunity. And my own is not a question, is a bit of recommendation. And the recommendation is before I have joined a cohort like this is on cloud computing, but the way they structure the assignment part is you are going to be doing your assignment and documentation, record it if it is a record or document, and you are going to put it on a file. And at the end of the cohort, you submit the assignment. So by that, you have a bit of time. Maybe after you finish your cohort, you are going to submit an assignment a month. So during this time, you have already compiled all your assignments and you now submit it in document. So by then, you will have time to do your assignment, no deadline for you must submit the assignment weekly. I will say if there's a option that at the end of the cohort you can now submit your assignment, you can be doing revision on the assignment. The co-mentors can be monitoring that, and at the end of everything, you can now submit your assignment. I think by then you have a bit of time to go back to what you have learned and what you have really achieved during this boot camp and all. So with that, learner will have a lot of time to go back to review the assignment before submitting. And I think with that, it will reduce the stress on the learner and the student, and also increase their learning process. So that's my own contribution on this.
Well, very good point. Now, again, let's a little bit reflect, right? How this whole training industries is working, right? So if you go on the Udemy, right, you pay $9.9, right? Or in the different country, in different currencies, even less, right? And you can get the all content, correct? What is the problem? People go and of course buy it, but completion rate on Udemy is, 2%. I'm instructor on the Udemy, okay, I can go and check, okay. This is the hard reality. Completion rate on Udemy courses are the 2%. So why people go for the live session? Because some way there is the pressure, right? Whether pressure of your mentor, your co-mentor, your cohort people, your colleague, right? Of this assignments, of this attendance, of this performance, getting removed from the cohort. So all these things pushing you to learn, right? And this is what we are bringing, and of course free of cost. But for same kind of things, people charge, right? Couple of $100 and the euro, and a couple of thousands, right? Because why they tend to make all this ecosystem for you to learn in the fast pace. Okay, learn it instead of doing the procrastinations. There's no problem. And I had I'm telling you fact, and very heated discussion with the Akash on that. Okay, he said, Pravin, why on the Friday? We can't give one more week? Okay, I said, Akash, if we do that, then assignment will piles up, right? This week assignment will go to the next will go to the next week, and at the end, who need to complete? Students. If somehow they're able to manage it, right? So there'll be great win for them. So again, what you are saying, I totally understand, but this is strategically we have put it that to make sure you can learn in this controlled, okay, motivated environment. And trust me, guys, the work you are doing, okay, is amazing. I have run similar kind of cohort for the Saudi Arabia. Okay, when you see Wisdan, one of my students and other people there, okay, and it was 4.5 month daily session, and this number of assignments they have completed. So you are doing 6x work, 6x better work. So I'm really proud of you people. But problem is that I cannot do daily session. Even you cannot sit with me. You have your own priorities, right? But we don't have any options. What we can do? We all are trying my best. We all are trying our best. I'm trying my best to make time on the Saturday. Co-mentors squeezing all time from the office, family to help you. You are also squeezing your time, right? From your personal life, from your office, right? So this is already a lot of thoughts we have discussed. Okay, but I don't know. I have only one option. Sometimes it came in my mind. Okay, maybe only take people in the cohort. Okay, who is full time available. Okay, this is only things means I could think as of now, right? If I need to give the really quality training, okay, and with this that much assignments, so only give to those people who are the full time. And again, we have done this discussion with our co-mentors when we were starting the group. Okay, then one of the co-mentors said, "This is not fair. Why you are judging? Okay, people cannot complete it. If someone is able to complete it, right, give them the offer, give them the opportunities. There are people they can do the 8-hour office work, still they can complete it, right? So again, because of that, we have opened this. Initial my thoughts was I need commitment about around 50 hours. If you have seen my initial post, what I did, but then we come back to 25 hours. So we thoughts all those. Okay, so again we said give to the opportunity to the people who really want to learn, want to push it. I hope, guys, I'm answering your question.
Yes, Iko, you want to say something? Iko, Vincent.
Okay, guys, I think you can keep asking the question. I'll keep answering this. Whatever question is in your mind, we have already discussed. Okay. And then we have made all these plans. So trust me, give another 4 weeks. Okay. You will be proud of yourself. With that notes, thank you so much. I wish you great rest of the day and the great rest of the weekend. And please go ahead, watch the recordings and then start the assignment. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you all. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you, sir.
Nice weekend.
Thank you.
Pravin and
Thank you.
co-mentors.
Thank you. Bye
Have a
bye.
great weekend.
Bye.
Bye bye.